I fixed it. Hello, everybody. Happy official weekend. Give yourself a round of applause. We made it. I think I fixed the microphone situation. I have a shelf here. Can you see it? And I finally bit the bullet and decided to try and put it up here. Before, I thought it was kind of in the way, but I don't know if maybe like the joints of it have loosened, which made it easier to move. I don't know. I'm probably making no sense. Either way, I think it's gonna squeak a little less. We had an explosion yesterday. Not an explosion, I'm so dramatic. There's like a weird static sound that happened yesterday, so I made sure all of the cables were plugged in properly, and hopefully I won't give you ear blood for that reason today. I might give you ear blood for other reasons, but I can at least narrow it down. Oh, is this better? I just widened it out a little bit because whenever I watch videos back of myself, I'm like, ugh, why is it so zoomed in on my face? This is too revealing. So I tried to widen it to lessen my insecurity. Anyway, enough about that. Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? As for myself, I'm doing great. It's a really relaxing, beautiful, kind of dull-lit day here in Nashville. It's like 60 degrees outside, and so I opened up all the windows to get like a nice clean breeze through the house, which is really nice. I love taking that opportunity whenever I can. Baloo loved it. He was sitting in the windows, feeling the breeze. Thank you so much for the host for Blaze It Pizza, as well as that guy from... I always forget what MTY stands for. Can you help? Maybe if I do that, then they have like a little peekaboo. Yeah. Hello for Keep Dota? There we go. Kip Dota. Welcome. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? Can't win them all. Can't win them all, unfortunately. Also, thank you for the Maestro Tea for 100 bits. Thank you so much. That gives you a priority request, which I'm sure you know. So if there's something you want to hear, just let me know. And as for today, I don't have anything new that I didn't show yesterday, but I guess I showed you 3 new things yesterday. So there's things on the song list that say new next to it. I tried to get another one prepared and it wasn't quite ready. However, I had a really nice teacher moment with it this morning, and I felt like I was just going through and marking what position I needed to switch to and different finger combinations. So it still felt like a fulfilled moment, even though I didn't get the piece quite ready for today. But I'm trying to be easier on myself with marking progress, not by if it's ready to show you right now. Because I made a lot of progress, it's just not ready right now, and that's okay. I know that by time next week I should be able to get it. I also feel like this should just be maybe a tad lower. Just a little. Just a smidgen. Yeah, then you can kind of see the keyboard, I guess, a bit. Is that crooked? Whatever, it's fine. Anyway, shall we? I would like to start today off because we had such an exciting, fun night last night. Thank you so much for anyone who popped in. I want to start today off kind of chill, so we're just going to do a nice, relaxed Zelda's Lullaby to start today. And not only is this such a beautiful, classic, relaxing song, but it's also a remix done by one of my favorite remixers. You've heard the name and have grown to love him as much as I have. It's Juke Remix. So that's what I'm going to start off with today, and then I will see what songs you guys have picked as well. Streamer song list. Make sure I got that up and running. Pencils. I don't know what you're talking about. You're right. Okay, let's see here. We're starting off Zelda's Lullaby. I'm all tuned. Hey Rich, what's up? It's good to see you. And Tripwire, happy weekend. How are you doing? And Non, it's nice to see that name again. I feel like it's been a little bit. Has everything been good in your world? I hope so. Let's see here. Pencils, TMK, welcome. It's nice to see you. Jaro, bright and early. Nice to see you at the top of his stream. Patty. Matt. I have... Technically, I do think it works, Matt, but I don't know for sure yet because I haven't plugged it in. Okay, let's do this. I'm such a dork. Pause. Turn up. Coffee. Okay. Oh. Put this up a bit higher. I can feel that fourth finger vibrato working today. That's nice. When it comes to vibrato, I feel like you can probably assume, but the fourth finger is such a pain sometimes. It's so hard to get it not stiff and awkward. As I tell my students, do you use your pinky individually often? Do you pick stuff up like this? They're like, no, haha, Miss Joe, you're so funny. I'm like, yeah, so it's gonna be a little less comfortable. I might have added in the you're so funny part. I guess I'm insecure about my students liking me. No. I have a good relationship with them. I love my students. Squeak. Oh, come on, pencils. Oh my god. Oh, I am appalled. I'm appalled. Simply. Let's see here. Making sure I'm not missing anything. Gary, you're here nice and early today. How are you doing? Well, I guess for you that's not early. It's the end of my thought on that. Mr. Pencils. Oh my gosh. What are we gonna do with you? The night is young. Makes you sound like a vampire. I feel kind of vampiric today. I don't know if it's like the flowiness of the shirt combined with being incredibly pale, but I'm kind of all for it. I feel like this is an outfit my mother would approve of. And there's nothing better than a mother's approval, am I right? High five. Okay. Blue fields. What, like I said or hinted at before, this one I'm having such like a peace identity crisis with. I feel like I got the main way I would like to do this song, but there's something more waiting for it, and I don't know what that is. So I'm gonna, I guess, try maybe something different. We'll see. Let me see if I can get the settings I want only using my feet. Very nimble. Oh gosh, very nerve-wracking. Okay. About halfway there. If anyone's curious as to what I'm doing, I'm basically just changing the settings on my looper to work as individual tracks rather than having them all layer on top of each other. And this way I can delegate 3 different, almost uniquely independent loops on each track, which there's 3 of. Whereas the standard settings there we go, done. Whereas the standard settings, they all pile in on top of each other, and you can choose which parts you want to take in and out at a time. Oh, Mr. Happy Slappy, you came back today. Thank you so much. I was saying that I hadn't seen your name for a bit, and it's nice to see you back. And thank you so much for 200 bits. I really appreciate that. And Rich for 200 bits. Thank you so much. For the both of y'all, that gives you a priority request if there's something you'd like to hear. Okay, so before I go into this, I am gonna do a little bit of improv just to feel a little bit settled. Feel like I'm getting my foundation set. Tripwire, thank you for 500 bits. Thank you. Let's see. I'm gonna turn this up. More. decided I was done. Daniel, welcome! Happy weekend. And thank you so much, Joe, for kicking off a hype train. Thank you for 100 bits. Thank you, BHG. I feel like I'm getting more comfortable with these tracks and like kind of expecting the chord progression. And if I can be a nerdy musician woman for a brief second. Wait, I don't need anything other than the violin. So, okay, we're fine. Nerdy music loser woman. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. There are 3 aspects of music. I will keep this quick. Melody. 1 line. Rhythm. 3. Harmony, which is chords. And I feel like my harmonic development is actually getting much better. Usually I'm a harmony person, a melody person, but I'm starting to hear songs and I can hear what chord might be happening next a lot better. And Dupe, you're right. I'm trying to be better about it. Yeah, this is one of my flowy, like very concert-y kind of shirts. I was feeling very proper today. Okay, Joe, stop. I gotta fix one thing. One sec. Memory. There we go. Okay, now it should be ready. The most important part of this is keeping it in time. 1, 2, 3, and... No, wait, no. Just count to 6. 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that one is way too loud. Okay, this will be it. Experimenting. Okay, and... Okay. Oh, shoot. I can do this. think that was right. For anyone who doesn't know what I was doing, I should have announced what it was. That was so rude of me. That was a piece called Blue Fields, which is the map theme from Final Fantasy VIII, which is super ambient and vibey, and I really wanted to try and make it into a loop. That was kind of the closest I've gotten to it. It's so peculiar because it feels like it's in 5/4 kind of, but it's 6/8. You just have to leave out the first beat of every 6, so it's kind of a headache to count out while going over it, but I think that was the closest I've gotten it. There's still some, I didn't quite get it to match up quite how I wanted it, but it's getting there. Thank you so much for Badrit for the follow, by the way, and oh my god, Daniel, thank you for 5,000 bits. I just saw that. Thank you. And Jaro for $10. Thank you so much. Oh, so much has happened. You guys are me. I was so concentrated on counting to 6 that I didn't even see how much had happened. Jove, thank you for 100 bits, and Rich for 200 bits, Hoagie Man for 300 bits, Wanakas for 5, thank you. In Kev's Corner, thank you so much for the resub for 9 months. And you said, Joe, what? And I can't agree more. What? That's crazy, thank you. Again, thank you so much, Daniel, for the 5,000 bits. Thank you. And Matt for 50. I really appreciate you guys. Well, it's kind of like when you count it, you have to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the melody comes in on 1, so it's like, I get confused. But anyway, I'm glad that I tackled that one early. I feel like that gave me a little boost of confidence. Tapping it out like that did feel like it helped me a fair amount. Next up we have we have 3 very kind of like warmed up pieces, if that makes any sense. So if it's okay with you guys, I kind of want to do maybe 2 or 3 pieces first before we get into these kind of more developed and kind of experimental loops. I just want to find my foundation a bit more. So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna do 2 video game pieces, a video game loop, and then I'll jump into the way. If that's okay for you guys, for the Maestrat, Tripwire, and Rich. I don't want to keep you waiting too long if you gotta run off somewhere. Hello Steve, how are you doing? Tool Soldier, what's up? I feel like this is just something that I need to do to get a bit more comfy. So, why don't we start off with, hey, for I Am Jersey Snow, how are you? It's nice to see you. I kind of want to start off, because that was super chill and kind of vibey. I'm gonna go for another really broken down piece. You're good for a while. Thank you, Tripwire. I really appreciate that. And the Maestro, you guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. And Rich, thank you again for 200 bits. Thank you. I've been learning as I've been streaming to not be like, this sounds so silly, but be as afraid of you guys. I hate to admit, a little part of me was like, I've always been a people pleaser, and that definitely carried over to when I started streaming. So even the idea of doing someone's song like 2 later, I just felt was so, you know, potentially upsetting, and you guys have all kind of been like, what? Just chill out, you're fine. And I appreciate that, because I feel like it's helped me dramatically in regards of just putting on the best little show here that I can. Welcome for Saj1, how are you doing today? Xavian, you're so sweet. I might have brushed you the wrong way a couple times when I learned a piece specially for you and then lost it and said that I would do it for months, but even then you were super nice about it. You guys are the best. Okay, so I'm going to jump into another very relaxing, spaced out piece and build it up. So I'm going to jump into Secret Library Daguerreo from Final Fantasy IX. If we did 8, it only seems natural to move on to Final Fantasy IX. We're having a very classic video game start today, which I'm into. We did some Zelda. doing the Final Fantasies, so maybe I should move on to another classic after this, like Mario or something. Okay. I forgot to turn off this overhead light. I have the plastic page protectors on my sheet music, and when I leave that on, it just reflects and I can't see anything. Okay. That's better. Had a couple little oopsies in there. Yes, I just couldn't see it quite clearly. It's such a simple piece that I was getting so flustered. I'm like, no, I swear I can do this. Thank you so much for Sajwan for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate you. All right. So now I'm gonna get a little more orchestrated, and before I do that Mario piece, I'm gonna do Theme of the Celestials from Okami, which is a really, really lovely piece. I think you guys are gonna like it. Rokurota, Ronan, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate you. Thank you. So I'm going to do that Okami piece, and then I'm going to jump into Comet Observatory from Super Mario Galaxy. And then I should be ready to take on one of our loopy-doops. Okay, Theme of the Celestials. Let me load up our track and we'll be ready to go. This one, yeah. Make sure we're set up before we go. tried to do improv over that before. That was kind of fun. Feeling gutsy today, I guess. Thank you so much for the new follows from Danny PV and Ebon Meyer Raven? Ebon Meyer Raven? I hope that was a little better for the pronunciation. Hey, for Clither, how are you? It's so nice to see you. And Al, welcome, welcome. It's nice to see you guys. That piece is so pretty. I know I've mentioned this like 100 times, but I also highly, highly recommend the game Okami. It's so relaxing and beautiful. It all looks like a Japanese style water painting, and you can actually like paint in the game by like directing it to make certain moves happen with this white wolf, and it's gorgeous. I not only loved playing it myself, but I also loved watching my roommate in college play it. I came home from class one day and she was seated like right in the middle of the living room that we shared, and pulled out my PlayStation 2, and like I saw all my games on the ground. She's like, "Do you mind?" I'm like, "Play this game." I did my homework just like watching her. I thought it was so relaxing. So I highly recommend. You can actually get it on the Switch, I'm pretty sure. If you didn't keep your PlayStation 2 like I did. Alright, we're getting some more instrumentation in here, so let's move on to a fleshed out arrangement. And I'm going to do Comet Observatory, one more, and then we'll jump into our priority requests. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Oh, I did it again. Good thing it's muted, oh my gosh. Get out of here. There. This is technically a newer transcription. I did it a long time ago and I forgot it existed, so I played it for you guys the first time, I think 2 weeks ago. It's super pretty though. I really like it. I hope you do too. Is this too like center frame? I obviously, well, I guess not obviously. I shouldn't be so presumptuous. I have the mic in a different placement today. Let me know if you guys find it to be distracting or something. Oh my gosh, for even Maya Raven, it's definitely a bucket list thing for me. I really want to learn how to dance. I really, really want to learn, especially partner dancing. I think it's so sweet and lovely and romantic. And I feel like when I was studying at school, I got really into 20s to 30s jazz music. And I think one of the reasons I loved it so much is I thought it was so cool that back in the day, if someone was like gonna ask you on a date, you would typically go out dancing. And it was just like they were both fire at it and you'd have a good time. And there's like a live band and horns and excitement. And I'm just like, man, I wish that that was still a thing. Like, I know it is probably in certain places if I know where to go, but I should probably learn how to dance properly first. Munster was taken. Thank you so much for the donation. That's a big donation. 3709 to give us a beautiful 750. Oh my god. Thank you guys so much. I had mentioned before, but I've been thinking about the next thing that I would like to get for the stream. And I'm looking at little... I don't know if I still have it in my OBS. Do I? Oh, I do. I was thinking about getting something kind of like this. I know Sabrina's solo show uses a kick drum, but I have the bass and I have the guitar and I'm building things up so that my loops can have the most full orchestration that I can get. And I know I need to buff up my rhythm department, so I've been shopping online to see if I can find something kind of like this, with the hollowed out drum to get a kick, and then you hit the case itself to get more of a snare, and then I can get like a little hi-hat. So I'm trying to make sure I get the right thing. You guys know I don't make a purchase unless I'm like 100% about it, which is why it took me 4 months to not 4 months, I think 2 months to settle on a harp to buy. Hoagie Man, welcome. It's nice to see you. And even Meyer, that's really sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much for Dartha for the follow, by the way. Thank you. Let's see here. I think I'm gonna just do one more, and then I'm gonna do some of our priority requests here. So I would like to add for my last one before we jump into that, Primrose the Dancer from Octopath Traveler. For Dartha, I think your name is quite funny, by the way. I just want to make sure I don't get in trouble by... You know what I mean? I'm just trying to be careful. I don't want to get in trouble with the Twitch law. Oh, that's such a lovely descending line. So pretty. So pretty. Okay, focus, Joe. You're gonna pause this. Goodbye. And then you're gonna go over here. Hello. Turn that up. This. Wrong. Wrong. Here we go. Hello? Come back to me. Please. Here, let me refresh. That's how you get upset PG version, just in case you're wondering. Also for Pierce Music, thank you so much for the follow. I guess I'm having some troubles here. Nope, that's a different. Oh. Let me try and fix this. Oh my God. Okay, slow down, Joe. You can do this. You can find something that works. Okay, let's try this. Meh. There we go. I was so flustered for that moment there. Sorry you had to see that. My goodness. I'm ready to sing. Let me get to my singing binder. I just noticed the tone on that bass is kind of funny. This is a piece I have not done in a long time. I'm trying to decide if I want to do it as like a loop arrangement or if I should just sing it. The piece I'm talking about is The Way, for anyone that's curious, by Fastball. Let's be experimental. Let's just go for it. I'm gonna start by layering the guitar. For The Way? Not yet. I mean, eventually I do want to make quartet pieces for like almost all of these pieces. For anyone who's new, I've been taking a lot of the songs on my list and making these quartet arrangements or trios of that and just making it into a big string loop moment. I can improvise one, but it's fun to also do some like really nice voice leading with it. I'm just gonna wing it and we're gonna see what happens. I'm gonna layer the guitar like I said and maybe do the washboard and some strings and stuff. I feel like for 11:11 it would need more chord changes. Like I feel like I'd almost need to write a song in that time signature, if that makes sense. Because I feel like if I just keep doing the E minor, C, A, E minor for too long, it might not have enough direction to like do voice leading in a way to keep it big, but it could be interesting to like think of other chords to bridge it out. It's a good foundation. Ow, my new piercing still kind of hurts. If anyone has been keeping up with Fable Cry, we've been doing these, Fable Cry is my band, by the way. We've been doing these YouTube segments like twice a week, slowly releasing our Halloween concert. And like, our producer came over and he said I used to be a body piercer. So me and Zach had him pierce us. And he did this. I wanted something to match my little one here. But I will admit it's still kind of sensitive for sure. Not because Dune did anything wrong. He did perfect. He's lovely and wonderful and perfect in every way. My ear is just slowly healing and kind of irritated and upset. Pencils, I was thinking that as I walked over to get this guitar. I was like, have I ever cleaned it though properly? No. Nope. Don't tell Dune. He'll be very disappointed in me. Oh yeah, this new angle's kind of nice because you can like see the guitar neck now in its entirety. I mean, I planned for that all along because I'm a responsible pro streamer who has what's best for everyone in mind, visually and auditorily at all times. Yes. Do I want to change this vibe? I feel like what makes this song really fun is that it's very like vibey. Like kind of like, Let's keep it cool. Let's be cool, man. We're just gonna make it cool. Is that cool? How'd I get lipstick on that side? Did I like think I was lefty for a moment? The list. No! I did a bunch of stuff off the list. They made up their minds and they started packing. That is way too low. I'm glad I tested it before I did it. How would D minor sound? Their minds and they started packing. Oh yeah, girl. Ready, 1, 2, 3, and oops. My brain broke. I was trying to think if I should separate them into different tracks to speed it up, but whatever, it's fine. 3, and... I changed the key. I don't want to mess with that. I don't want to mess with it. They made up their minds and they started packing and left before the sun came up that day. An exit to eternal summer slacking. But where were they going without ever knowing the way? They drank up the wine and they started talking, but now they have more important things to say. And when the car broke down, they started walking. But where were they going without ever knowing the way? that they walk on is paved in gold. It's always summer, they'll never get cold, never get hungry, they'll never get old and gray. You can see their shadows wandering off somewhere. They won't make it home, but they really don't care. They wanted the highway, they're happy there today, today. This is fun. The children woke up and they couldn't find them. They left before the sun came up that day. They just drove off and left them all behind them. But where were they going without ever knowing the way? They drank up the wine and they started talking. Now they had more important things to say. And when the car broke down, they started walking. But where were they going without ever knowing the way? One can see the road that they walk on is paved in gold. It's always summer, they'll never get cold, never get hungry, they'll never get old and gray. Oh, dang it. You can see the shadows wandering off somewhere. They won't make it home, but they really don't care. They wanted the highway, they're happier there today, today. Hey. That last note was kind of bloody. You're bloody. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I gotta make that a loop arrangement officially. I'm so excited. One sec. You guys know how I like these. Also, hey Andrew and Greg. I got some Nashville friends in the house. Oh, one second. The way my homework is I need to pre-record the guitar track. I like to pre-record a lot of my guitar tracks because like it just helps the loop move a lot faster. The Maestro, thank you. Oh, that was so fun. Icordon! Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious, golly me. Okay, don't get frazzled, Joe. It's okay. Don't frazzle. It's fine. I am so excited about that arrangement already. I'm gonna put it up a bit higher so that I won't have to sing so low. I think that will make it sound a bit cleaner. And I'm going to add the accordion to it next time. I think it's going to be super dope. For Andrew, I've sung on that track before, but I haven't made, well, I've tried to make a loop like twice, but it was nothing like that. That one had its own kind of lighthearted attitude to it that I haven't done before. Oh man, I'm so excited. That's so freaking fun. Icor Dawn, thank you for for giving all those bits. You gave so many bits. 777 bits precisely 5 times. Thank you so much. You know that gives you priority requests for something like to hear. Also for the Maestro again for 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. And for the Big Lebowski for resubbing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You've been consistently such a wonderful support, and I really, really appreciate it. Andrew, I feel like we would do a really good job with that. Also, on that note, you guys, I am going to be an official Real Streamer person because I'm going to be doing an Among Us game on stream. I know. And not just with anybody, but with my best friend, Mr. Andrew, on his channel. So make sure that you guys give Andrew a follow and, you know, also watch him play drums to all of your requests. He's amazing. But I'm going to be doing that tomorrow on Andrew's channel at 7 Central Time. He's doing a big ol' stream with a lot of fun stuff going on. So make sure you check it out. Webby Merlin, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Let's see here. So that was super fun. Next up, I got 9 to 5. I'm gonna space out these loops because the 3 of these take a while to build, so I don't want to like hit them all at the same time. So I'm gonna do a little bit of improv on this and then do... I feel like Kefka's theme would be cool after this. And I'm gonna throw in Devil's Lab. I think these 3 songs together are gonna make sense. It's gonna be cool. She's going to yell at you about it? About what? Kill plenty of time. Will kill you. Oh, yeah, probably. Probably. Andrew, I've also been digging into finding some video game repertoire that we can play together. And check out this soundtrack. It's really, really cool. It's called Sword and Sorcery. It's actually an app game. But I think that you could do a lot of cool stuff with it. Joe, thank you so much for the donation! For 27.77. Oh, the song's over. 27.77. Yep, I read that correctly. Thank you so much. You know that gives you priority requests. If there's something you would like to hear, please let me know. Even though I missed that last track, this one is also from Sword and Sorcery. So, again, highly recommend, Andrew. Check it out. Ebon Meyer Raven, thank you for your kind words. That was really sweet. And I hope to see you at some point in the future. Man, that was fun. IMR, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I feel like I'm getting... thank you, Jaro. I feel like I'm getting a lot more comfortable when it comes to soloing with focusing less on trying to... May I write your name on my new 24-inch beach ball? I mean, if you trust me with that sort of commitment, there might be some other names you want to write on that beach ball. But I would be honored. But I don't... It sounds like it's a pretty nice beach ball, so I don't want to, you know, just be messing up everybody's beach balls. You know what I'm saying? Do I know what I'm saying? To kind of get into this vibey, kind of more industrial chill zone going on, I'm going to do a couple video game tracks that I think are quite similar. This one is called Devil's Lab from Final Fantasy VI, and then I'm going to be jumping into Kefka's theme, which is also from Final Fantasy VI. Ortiz Audio, thank you so much for the follow. For a Boston girl, I just saw Ortiz and was like, yay! David Ortiz is a baseball player. But everyone in Boston loves Big Papi. It's fact. You'll win at some Trivial Pursuit if you remember that. What Pencil said, that's how you spell it for Andrew. Lethos B, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, guys. What's baseball? The March of the Franks. I feel like now I have to write a song called The March of the Franks. That could be pretty dope. I did see that there's an improvised loop request on here. Maybe I'll try and make it The March of the Franks inspired. You know? I think maybe I could pull that off. Maybe. Before I continue, I'm going to turn on the air conditioning real quick because I'm hot. But I'll be right back. Hey, you're great. Love you. I'll be right back. Hey, I missed you while I was gone. LH. Man, I'm in a good mood today. I was gone for so long, I know. Toad84, what's up? How are you doing? I always chose Toad for Mario Kart. And I stand by it. You know, it's funny. I made 2 little changes today, and it's drastically increased my comfort level on stream today. One was finally putting this mic up here, and now I feel like I have so much more safety and control, I think. It seems more stable. I like it. Also, I made my screen bigger so I can actually see myself much better. And you guys are gonna be so proud of me. I made it big enough where it will cover the view count. I know I could like disable the view count, but I guess I just didn't want to or felt ready to. But now that I've made my screen big enough where I'm not looking at it as often as admittedly I was, I feel a lot better already. I was like gauging the success of the stream by it, which I know is dumb and honestly disrespectful for the people who are here. So I am honestly sorry that I took that so much into account, because I do feel like it's, you know, silly and again kind of disrespectful in a way. But I feel a lot better so far. For Speed Bagel, thank you for the follow, by the way. Get a third? Get the tape? Marching? What are you talking? Andrew, are you okay? Oh, Andrew, I'm buying one of these, I think, soon. Can you help me pick out which one that I need to get? You know about drums and stuff. I don't know how well you know suitcase ones, but you help me with... Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I'm gonna do Kefka's theme now that I've been yelled at by my bandmate. Rude. Rude. Here's Kefka's theme. I act like I've been like harmed whenever I play a wrong note. Just, no! I do have a wig. I haven't shown you guys yet, but I wear it. Even though I like don't see anybody, I like wear it for myself. And I'm like, this is fun. My hair is a different color. I enjoy it. You'll see it at some point. No, but my wig is really pretty. I think you're gonna like it. It's like a nice one. It's a hair color that I've always wanted, but I have really dark hair, as you can see. So in order for me to change the color of my hair, it would cost me probably around $600 to get it light enough and then put color on it. So it's very expensive. And if I didn't want to put all my money into music, I would consider it. But whenever I have a little bit of extra money after the basics, I'm like, well, obviously I want to like get some new violin strings or like order more binders to put my music. So, I don't know. All right, let me get back to those priority requests, shall I? Akuma5, thank you for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate you. Oh, Yogi, what's up? Oh my god, is that Toothless? Cute. How to Train Your Dragon is like one of my favorite kids movies that I still watch and enjoy as an adult. It's like a 4-hour deal to get chunks of my hair bleached and dyed blue. That's the thing, like, I feel like I was presented a choice of, do you want long hair or do you want short, funky hair where I can color it? Because it's very thick and it's very, very long, and if I was going to style it and bleach it, it would just be way too much. I can't do that. Thank you, Jaro. The suitcase drum, that's very exciting. I'll send you a link for it, Andrew. Sorry, I was teasing you. My bad. How to Train Your Dragon is so good. I know, I really, really love that movie. The soundtrack is so good as well. I highly recommend. Oh yeah, you're like a pro at this point, Pencils. You know a lot about hair bleaching and coloring. Okay, so next up, I'm going to do Jesus, etc. This is one of my favorite loops, honestly. I think it's just really relaxed and easy paced. There's something about the tempo that I just think is kind of perfect. It's like the perfect partner dance. Like, I would love to dance with someone to this song. I think it's just perfect. Last of the coffee. Sad. Okay, stop noodling. This is on capo 4. Dope. Let's do this. Guitar first. Oh my god, that still kind of makes me nervous. I was very careful putting up this shelf, and I know it's in studs, and I know it's safe. I think it's safe, but it makes me nervous. Jostling it about. Oops. Jesus, don't cry. You can relax. Dawn, oh my goodness. I actually looked in the chat to see if someone's screen name had sunshine in it. I was like, surely that couldn't be me. But it was. So thank you. I appreciate you. Okay. Check. Here is a song by Wilco. 1, 2, here we go. cry. You can rely on me, honey. You can combine anything you want. I'll be around. You were right about the stars. Each one is a setting sun. Tall buildings shake, voices escape, singing sad songs. Turn to ghosts, stone down your cheek, bitter melody, turning your orbit around. Don't cry. You can rely on me, honey. You can combine anything you want. I'll be around. You were right about the stars. Each one is a setting sun. Tall buildings shake, voices escape, singing sad songs. Turn to colors, stone down your cheek, bitter melody, turning your orbit around. Tall buildings shake, voices escape, singing sad songs. Turn to colors, stone down your cheek, bitter melody, turning your orbit around. Don't cry. You can rely on me, honey. You can combine anything you want. I'll be around. You were right about the stars. Each one is a setting sun. Tall buildings shake, voices escape, singing sad songs. Turn to gold, stone down your cheek, bitter melody, turning your orbit around. Thank you for asking for that one, Joe. I feel like you do that one to be nice to me, as you know how much I like it. Oh my gosh! Jimmy finds Totoro. He's done it, everybody. He did it. Thank you so much for the 1113 donation. Thank you so much. Oh, for a beautiful. Wow, that's very satisfying. 7, 8, 9, 10. Boo boo doop 9, 10. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, JFTP. Thank you. And all of you guys, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of niceness right there. I really appreciate it, you guys. Thank you. Joe, thank you. You're so sweet. Where did the raccoon emote come from? Is that like a particular channel's doing? I want to know. more about this. Please let me know. Okay, enough, Joe. Focus. Take this seriously. Not sure where it came from. Interesting. All right, I think I'm ready to knock out 9 to 5. Am I? What am I doing? I need guitar. That's it. Now, this is another song where I'm kind of like, should I just try and do something different with it? This is driving me insane. Why is this gap here? Oh, hello. How embarrassing. Lenzier, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna pin that. I'm done. Not today, Hair. I don't know why you don't want to just hang out with your friends. So we're just gonna do that. Oh God, I made it worse. That's, oh my, no. Oh God. I hate this. Just go with your friends. Okay, that works. Professional hair stream. I know, but when I do the twirl, it just eventually comes undone. I think it's because I side parted for so long, but then the youth made me feel like old if I didn't do a middle part, so then I did it because I fall to peer pressure. So if I do it, remove it all. Next sub goal? No, I'm kidding. I won't do that. Dawn, help me. I can't do it. Okay. If I was to reimagine 9 to 5, how would I do it? Because I feel like I'm kind of like a faker when I do this song, and I want to do it good. So how can I change this? We still need a bit of that like pulsing kind of vibe. It needs the accordion. I think I just gotta slow down. I get way too like excited and make it go way too fast. That would be weird. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get some banjo. This is a very out of tune banjo. I don't want to give you ear blood quite like that. My bad, y'all. Let me just tune this bad boy. We're gonna get this in tune. There we go. Now we are ready. Okay. One more pass. Get in back. out of bed and I stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come to life. Jump in the shower and the blood starts pumping out on the streets. The traffic starts jumping with folks like me on the top from 9 to 5. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living, barely getting by. It's all taken and a given. They just use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. Working 9 to 5 for your service and devotion. Would you think that I would deserve the fair promotion? Want to move ahead, but the boss won't seem to let me. I swear sometimes that man is out to get me. Bet you dream just to watch them shatter. You're just another step on the boss man's ladder, but you've got dreams they'll never take away. There's a lot of your friends waiting for the day your ship will come in and the tide's gonna turn and it's all gonna roll your way. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living, barely getting by. It's all taken and a given. They just use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5 for your service and devotion. Would you think that I would deserve a fair promotion? Want to move ahead, but the boss won't seem to let me. I swear sometimes that man is out to get me. Okay, I feel like it's getting in the right direction. I feel like it was just a little under tempo. I should have pushed it a bit more. Just like a little bit faster. It's just a little bit slow. Mario-san, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate you. And Cathador, what's up? It's so good to see you. All right, let's see here. I know, whenever I used to do that, I would just like, there's something about just doing the driving eighth notes for the verses where it just, it's so hard to keep yourself slowed down. But I'm going to work on it. We'll find that sweet spot. Improv loop. Let's see. If I were to do an improv loop, what would I want my chord progression to be? Silence, Dolly. Oh my gosh, that felt awful to say. I would never say that to her. Oh my gosh, Lancier, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. DF Brown, for sure. If you got one, let me know. I'll give you a moment to kind of pick one out if you'd like. And in the meanwhile, while you pick out a chord progression for me, I'm gonna just do like 2 violin pieces to break things up a bit. We're gonna do some simple, nice little pieces. I'm just going to run through the Seasons After Fall repertoire that I have. I do have them listed in the song list as individual pieces, but they're super short, so I feel like I'm just going to throw them all together. And let me write this down. Let's see. We're going to do the order I'm going to do this in for the Seasons After Fall catalog is I'm going to do Ritual of the Seasons, title, no, Ritual of the Seasons, waterfalls, title, and foliage. No way! Some coding guy! My friend! Thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? I hope everything was going great on your end. Thank you so much. And please let me know if there's something in particular that I could play for you. Let's see. You built a two-player fighting game? That sounds crazy awesome. Wait, is that backwards? What's backwards? What? Pro gamer. Or programmer. Duh. Wait. Yep, programmer. Got it. It looked a lot like the other thing I said. Isn't Ritual last? Yeah, you're right. Let's do... I mean... I guess it doesn't matter. Let's do title, waterfalls, foliage, and then rituals. All of these pieces are from an indie game called Seasons After Fall, and the entire soundtrack is done by a string quartet, and it's so, so beautiful. I can't recommend enough if you just like having something on in the background. I think that this is an absolutely gorgeous soundtrack. I wrote out the music for 4 pieces, and I'm going to play along to the live recordings that you can check out on YouTube if you want to see the string quartet record it live. It's pretty cool. Okay, let's see. And some coding guy, let me know if I can play something for you. Let me know. Let's see. That seems right. Oop. There we go. I saw fighting, but I don't know which one. Those who fight. Okay, cool. Gotcha. I understand now. I can help you with that. Let's see. Next up, we're going to jump into, like I said, the same soundtrack, but as you can see, all these are pretty short. So I'm just going to put them all together. We're going to do a piece called Waterfalls. That wasn't it. I was just, it was like a mint after a meal. I was just cleansing your palate. Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. Here we go. flowy. Foliage is next, and then we will conclude with the longest and title piece from the game itself, Ritual of the Seasons. I hope you guys like this. Oh my gosh, I love that one. It's so pretty, so romantic. Okay, our last ones, and then I will get into the improvised loop. Let me know again, Daniel in particular, if you have a chord progression for me, because you gave a donation, and I want to, prioritize you. You've been super supportive. Here we go. Oh man, those felt really good today. I love those pieces. They're so lovely. I feel like a part of me gets like a little bit sad whenever I play them though, just because I haven't gotten the opportunity to get to play with a lot of quartets before. Most of you guys know like my whole story, but I really learned how to play violin in the setting of live bands, whether that was like folk, rock, country, or even like kind of heavy rock music. Daniel, I saw that you put a progression in, so I'm going back to get that. I love A minor. A minor, F, C, G. Do you care if it's a 3-4 or 4-4, like waltzy or straight? But most of the live experience that I have, which has been a lot of music, has been in, again, live bands that usually have a drum set and amps on stage, where I really would have to focus more. 3/4, you got it. Where I would have to focus more on making sure I'm heard, really, for DF Brown for this one. But because of that, I haven't really had too much of like the quartet experience. I've done it a couple times, and I've done some small chambers and some stripped down small orchestras for like recording, but not as much as I'd like to. But you know, I'm still young, so I'm hoping as I keep going down this music journey that maybe that can become something that's more of a staple in what I do. Anyway, let's do this improvised loop here. I got a chord progression and a time signature. So, put that down. I'm gonna go here. Let's see. What time? Maybe I have like finger picking. Wait, 3/4 would be 1. 1. That's still 4/4. Why am I like... I just don't want it to be... Oh, that could actually be fun. Whatever. Follow your instincts, Joe. This is an improvised loop. Make sounds. Boop, boop. I have an idea. Okay. Let's see that. Open track. There it is. There she is. Wait, I didn't even press record. So what's written? Oh, I see. Okay, I was going for a different vibe, but I'll adapt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and... I might keep it. No, that wouldn't work. Oh, I hear something in my head. Yeah, what is that? Oh, an E major? Is it okay if I add in one chord? I think it will bring kind of a cool vibe. I think it might be cool. What I'm doing, in case you're playing along, 1 measure of A minor, 1 measure of F, 1 of C, a half measure of G, and a half measure of E. A half measure of G and a half measure of E major. That was hard to say. Okay. I have an idea. Let's do it. I clipped on the beginning of the accordion, so I'm going to re-record that. It has a weird entrance. I don't know if you can hear that. Oh no, can I delete it? Oh, yes I can. Okay. Here we go. Ooh, that turned out way cooler than I thought it was going to. I felt kind of lost when I began it. I was like, I don't really know what I'm doing. I couldn't even figure out what 3/4 was when I started that. We had a couple new followers. Whoa, thank you guys. Pelinoro, thank you. And Glass Emperor and Jibo and Arnav, thank you. For Arnav, if you see anything on my list, I am more than happy to play anything on the list for you, especially as you're new. Nobody knows. I don't know if that's the case, Pencils. That seems. I don't know about that. I don't know if nobody knows. Elle, what's up? It's great to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. I was just finishing up a loop. I know that you're also a looper, but I'd like to show you what I did at least, since we just got some new people in. This is what I made, based off of Daniel's chord recommendation, and I added in one. I used the accordion too, it's cute. And I think, if I'm seeing correctly, you also said that today's your birthday. Happy birthday. And if you guys haven't gotten to check out Elle yet, I highly, highly recommend. They are an incredibly talented looper and violinist, much like kind of this, but their own special, amazing take on whatever they want to go with it. So make sure to check out Elle. They're wonderful. And I feel like this is a big month for birthdays. So many people have told me about their birthdays coming up, and this little girl actually has her birthday coming up next week. And that is a stream day, so I'm planning on continuing to stream. I don't really have any plans for my birthday, necessarily, but I feel like this is what brings me the most joy right now, so I'm going to definitely spend most of my birthday probably doing this. I think probably I'll try and get like the band Fable Cry to come over maybe and do like a bonfire, but I feel like as you get older, birthdays kind of turn into like maybe, you know, a day that you're free. It doesn't have to be the day, we'll just figure it out. Do mods have their own like secret chat that I'm not in? Why do I feel so left out? No, I actually would like to hear that. Interesting, okay. I trust you guys. Let's see. Let me do Those Who Fight for some coding guy who also rated and is wonderful. And then I'm gonna have to take a quick break to feed the beast. My cat named Blue downstairs. But I love you guys. Thank you for giving me an avenue to do my favorite thing in the world. Play music. Those Who Fight from Final Fantasy VII. I kind of want to jam for like a second. I guess the song wanted to be over at that point. Rich, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm actually so excited to see Vienna on the list. I love playing that song. I really want to do just a little bit of just jam, and then I'll get into the song, I promise. RY, thank you for the follow. I have to do Final Fantasy music now. Sorry, playlist. I'm in a mood. Gosh. Okay. I've been very, very silly today. Those Who Fight. This is the third day streaming for me in a row. So I do think sometimes by the time we get to Saturday, I'm just like a loopy girl. Still having fun, but a loopy girl. Nonetheless. I turned the wrong knob. Rewind. Oh my goodness, I just saw some nice things happen and more nice things happen. Oh my god, wait. One sec. Let me put on the chill vibage. That's not chill vibage. That's two songs at the same time. That's earblood. Dude, thank you guys so much. Oh my gosh, thank you guys. Do we have a hype train? Yes, we do. Oh my god. Festa Major, thank you so much for the resub for 6 months in a row. Thank you so much. Thank you, Arnico, for the 100 bits. Thank you. Hoagie Man for 100 bits. Jaro for 5 gifted subs. And you gifted 5 subs last time. Thank you. And Hoagie Man for 5 gifted subs. And Bald-Headed Goat for 5 gifted subs. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. I was gonna go on my break, but I think Baloo can probably wait till this hype train's over. And if that's the case, I feel like it should be a Joe's choice of song. Old Bonsai, thank you for the bits as well. Thank you. I'm gonna do one of my favorite pieces, Selfish Girl, for a second. I'm gonna do the Fascinating Flower Country because it makes me all happy and excited. From Bravely Defaults. This particular remix, by the way, is done by a remixer called Mewmore, and I think they are super awesome. I've been listening to their YouTube channel a lot, so if you like what you hear, make sure to check out Mewmore. Very good. Very good. Okay, let me rewind the track so we're from the top, and we're gonna jump in. Like always going to be one of my favorite ones. I was on a plane in New Orleans playing Bravely Default when I heard this song, or like got to that part of the game. I was like, dang, that's freaking awesome. Thank you, Ornico, for the bits. Thank you so much, you guys. I'm so happy. Thank you. Super nice. I really appreciate y'all so much. Let's see. Oh, for Kyle, have you not heard this one before? This used to be like a absolutely like mandatory song on my list because it just made me so happy to play on it. But thank you guys so much for everyone who participated in the hype train. You did get a priority request if there's something you'd like to hear. And I hate to leave on this note, but I simply must feed the beast downstairs. He needs his special medicine that I have to crunch into his food snacks and make sure that he is taken care of. So I'm going to take care of the beast, and meanwhile, I'm just going to put on a short little video here, and I'll be back with an adult beverage after that and potty. I didn't fix it yet, so you get this. Or you know what? I'm just gonna do the be right back screen and put on target practice. No, that feels like a bummer. I'll just do the intermission song. Yeah. Yeah. Woohoo! Here's an intermission song that my band wrote for it's basically a musical. It's a 21 track album, and we made the thing they do in the middle of those fancy shows where they do a mashup in different genres of all the songs, and this is what it sounds like. This is what it sounds. I'm so close to. This is what. Dang it. Oh, no. I can't put on the backing music to save me at this point. This is just. It's just straight up awkward until I get there. Just think of something funny to say. Oh no, that's too much pressure. Just focus on getting it. You're so close. Okay, here you go.
Then check this out.
Hey. What's up? I got hungry. Did you miss me? I missed you. Oh, that was so good. A little peanut butter bar. Hello. You ready for your daily segment of ASMR? Cheers, Cheers, everybody. Happy weekend. I hope that you all can take some time to relax. Maybe during the stream, I don't know. Maybe it stresses you out, and I don't know. Happy weekend. Thank you. Okay, we are going to do Lean on Me. Trying to remember for this one. Oh, yep. I do separate tracks. So I just gotta set my little looper here to single track on, and then make my measures free on all three. Sorry, I got a little bit sniffly. I don't know what that's coming from. I think it's because in Nashville in the springtime, we get really bad seasonal allergies, especially my doctor said that it can be more effective for some people who haven't grown up in the area. So I always get wrecked for the spring allergy season up here. And I was all excited because it was all nice and breezy out today, so I opened up all my windows, but I probably just allowed crazy pollen to pour in here. These my eyes are a little tingly too, but it's okay. Nothing I can't handle. Okay. Next up, like I said, we are doing Lean on Me. This was a song that I added onto the list very abruptly because I saw Pencils do it on his stream, and I was like, oh, that was such a feel-good vibe. And I felt like we needed some more feel-good vibes in the world. So, thank you, Pencils45, for inspiring me. And after this, we are going to do Vienna. Okay. 3 and... I made it minor. The saddest uplifting song of all time. Let me fix that. Now I'm ready. 3. my bass. Is that too much bass? It's probably okay, right? Vocals. We all need somebody to lean on. 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 Can I go lower? We all need somebody to lean on. We all need somebody to lean on. Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow, but if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'd understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Let's fix that other issue. When you're not get out of here, other Joe. We don't need you. Let's fix her, shall we? At least try. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You just call on your brother if you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'd understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Lean on me. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. I'm finding out the more I do this and the more comfortable I get to just realize if something's not going the way I want, to just stop the loop and or like delete it and keep going. I feel like I put so much pressure on myself with streaming sometimes to be like, okay, you gotta make sure that like this is just a smooth beginning to end, but sometimes I don't do it right from beginning to end. So I'm at least learning to get a little bit better at just fixing things as it goes, and if it means it goes around one more time, then that's not the worst thing in the world. Thank you, BHD. Thank you. Max Tech, thank you. That kind of stuff makes it so worth it. There's like a couple things that you guys say that give me strong feels, but that's definitely one of them. So thank you. And I hope that things are gonna be a little brighter for you next week. Very true for DF Brown. I'm such a perfectionist when it comes down to it, but honestly, you guys have probably been the most helpful thing with helping me overcome that, because this is just one binder of 4 of the material that I've prepared for you guys, and you know, the likelihood of me getting all that right the first try isn't that high right now, but The more I do it, the higher it's gonna get. So, I'm determined. Next up is Vienna. Oh god, I picked like the wrong, well, probably the right track to like lead me into it. Because this song always gets me kind of emotional. Arnico, I'm really happy that you picked this one, and I feel like it's making me kind of curious about you. I hope I don't seem too invasive. But what I mean with that is, I have a very personal connection to this particular song. I feel like it helped me a lot. And when it comes to learning songs, I feel like you guys can maybe see it. I tend to be a little clinical about it in the beginning phase of it because I've just been learning songs for so long ever since I, started getting serious about it in high school. And then I went to Berkeley and music became a grade, and then it became a job. And don't get me wrong, that's exactly what I wanted. But because of that, I got admittedly a bit clinical about it. And this was one of the first songs in years, like maybe 10 years, I'm not even kidding, that hit me so deeply. And it felt like someone was just speaking to me, is how the lyrics seemed so prevalent to what I was feeling. So I love this song, and sometimes it gets me in the feels. We'll see how I do today. Also, Marco Defunco, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Well, the backing track seems to be telling me that schmoozy moment is done, so we're gonna move on here. For Houdini, yeah, like I really do feel like music has been more than just like an outlet for me. I'm typically a really shy person. You guys have pushed me out of my comfort zone in a good way, so thank you. I made this Twitch account just to like try and have someone to talk to and get a little better at it. I was never intending at the beginning having more than like 3 people watching, but then things changed and I was very scared, but I felt like you guys really held my hand through that. Where I was like, I'm scared. I'm scared people are starting to watch. I'm too scared to sing and I'm too scared to do this. And you guys all encouraged me and helped me kind of get the strength to keep growing with it. So thank you. But that being said, music is just the way I've felt the most comfortable expressing myself. And this one definitely accomplishes that. Let me make sure that this is working. Hannah, where are you? I'm glad I tested this first. Channel mute. That's why. Hello. Got it. That's not a piano. Let's reset this, and then I'll get going. Also, Eleanor, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your meal for Cathedora. Thank you for popping in early, and I'll probably see you in a bit. Okay, I think we're ready, folks. Let's give this a go. Okay, so G minor first. Have I introduced you to my friend Baby Camera yet? I don't think I have today. And now that I have the microphone up here, you can, well, oh yeah, that's just a guitar strap. I thought it was the arm for a second. You can actually see it without the mic arm blocking it anymore. So yay, I'm pretty sure that was on the list. So check off one of those. Hell yeah. Just a little lower. I'm Joe. Okay. Should be a bit lower. Uh-oh. It will block a bit, I guess. So down. 3. Son of a. I killed the vibe. I can't allow that to be. I hit the like oscillator thing. Hear that vibrato? No. Okay, I fixed it. We still have the guitar track. Reset, reset. Everyone do a stretch. This is the 9th inning stretch. 7th inning stretch? 9th. 7th. I'm so sorry, Billy Joel. I'm sorry. I'm ready to take this seriously. child. You're so ambitious for a juvenile, but then if you're so smart, and tell me, why are you still so afraid? Where's the fire? What's the hurry about? You better cool it off before you burn it out. You've got so much to do and only so many hours in a day. But you know that when the truth is told, that you can get what you want or you could just get old. You're gonna kick off before you even get halfway through. When will you realize Vienna waits for you? Slow down, you're doing fine. You can't be everything you wanna be before your time. Although it's so romantic on the borderline tonight. Too bad, but it's the life you lead. You're so ahead of yourself that you forgot what you need. Though you can see when you're wrong, you know you can't always see when you're right. You're right. You've got passion, you've got your pride, but don't you know that only fools are satisfied? Dream on, but don't imagine they'll all come true. When will you realize Vienna waits for you? Slow down, you're doing fine. You can't be everything you want to be before your time. Although it's so romantic on the borderline tonight. Too bad, but it's the life you lead. You're so ahead of yourself that you forgot what you need. Though you can see when you're wrong, you know you can't always see when you're right. You're right. You've got passion, you've got your pride, but don't you know that only fools are satisfied? Dream on, but don't imagine they'll all come true. When will you realize Vienna waits for you? Oof. I always feel like someone like threw cold water on my face when I do that. I feel like that song is also something that I don't like crossing my arms. I feel like it makes me look defensive. It's a self-soothing thing. I feel like that song is an example. Thank you, pencils. Thank you. It's an example of a song that I think I only really would have learned because of this. I felt like with I'm trying to be careful with my words here. With being a freelance musician, I got really wrapped up and spending most of my time making sure I was prepared for a gig or a job. That I wasn't actually taking the time to sit down and learn a cover just to learn a cover and enjoy it because I wanted to prioritize my time, you know what I mean, to make it the most productive. And yeah, that is something I know that I still do and something I'm still working on, as that song points out. But I feel like I only learned it because I had a place where people were encouraging me to sincerely play songs because I like that song. Toad, I hope you have a wonderful night's rest. Thank you for popping in. Let's see here. Next up, we have a Joe's pick. And I think at this opportunity, I've been doing a fair amount of looping, so I'm gonna jump back into some more like violin-centric pieces. Is it okay for Hoagie Man, unless you have to go, is it okay if I do First Day of My Life later? I feel like that's always a song I kind of like maybe even ending on. But if you have to leave, please tell me, and I'll just do it a bit earlier. So what I'd like to do for Joe's pick is I would like to do one of my loop arrangements, the quartet ones in particular. CapTech, what's up? It's good to see you. Crazy. Bro, Athene. I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing? Let's see. I'm gonna do Skyloft. I've been better at arranging all the sheet music. I feel like I have a pretty good system going now where it's easier to keep track of everything. Yeah, of course. I want to know how you guys are doing. So I am going to do, like I said, a piece called Skyloft. And this is the kind of like first home village song in Skyward Sword. And it's my favorite piece from that entire soundtrack. It's simple and it's really just like that warm, fuzzy home feeling. Also, Cheeky Chalky, what's up? It's great to see you. What your late night snack will be. I feel like my favorite late night snacks usually involve peanut butter. I like peanut butter a lot. I'm gonna do this. So I just need an empty track. I feel like popcorn's great, but I feel like I can't stop myself once I start popcorn. It just keeps going. Pickle and peanut butter? I love pickles too. They're one of my favorite foods. I'll just sit with a jar, but I've never thought to combine those two. I don't know about that. I'm suspicious. Small bags. Do you just get butter, or do you like venture into some of the crazy ones? Because I know that they exist. I know they exist. Man, I really want to find like a general store. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I feel like they're really common in like New Hampshire and Vermont. There's like cabin stores with penny candies and like actual barrels that you can buy pickles out of that just sit there. Those are where it is at. Whenever I'm on tour and like the band is able to stop at something even remotely similar, I'm like, stop, I need to get a pickle. And they're like, please don't, because we're all going to be sitting in this van together and that's the last thing I want to smell. And I'm like, do it. So they do. Yes, I usually threaten to like cry or something. Okay, Skyloft. Okay, quartet arrangement. Okay. One, two, three. burp. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 2, 3, and... Thank you for the raid. I'm making a loop, but then I'd love to sing or play something for you. Just let me know. Hey, y'all. I felt so rude ignoring you. I didn't mean to do that. But hi, my name is Joe. I play violin, as you can see, and I make string arrangements of video game music and popular music as well. I do a fair amount of singing. I play banjo, guitar, bass, and washboard, and a bunch of fun stuff. So now that you've heard some violining, I feel like I should play you a singing song. Let's do St. James Infirmary. Hey, TMG Music, what's up? That was Skyloft from Zelda Skyward Sword. It's like the hometown theme that you start in, and it's super pretty. I make all my arrangements myself. I just listen to it, and I'm like, put some of this over here, maybe some of this over there. And it's fun. It's like kind of painting a picture. But enough about that. Let's sing and boogie down. If you guys haven't, by the way, checked out Kendra, she's fantastic. She has an incredible voice, a great repertoire of music, and an overall just really relaxing, chill environment. So make sure you check her out. Here's a loopy doop. I hope. Jeez, Joe from the past, chill out. It's not your time. You had your time in the sun. Also, I'm having a fun adult beverage. Please don't be upset with me, Mother. Ready? 2, 3, I missed the pedal! Ah! I'm such a dingus. And then to do that again. 3, It was down by old Joe's bar on the corner, Baptist Square. They were serving drinks as usual, and the usual crowd was there. On my left stood Big Joe McKennedy. His eyes were bloodshot red, and he turned his face to the people, and these were the very words he said. I went down to St. James Infirmary. I saw my baby there. She was stretched out on a gold white table. So sweet, so young, so fair. Let her go, God bless her, wherever she may be. You can search this whole wide world all over, but you'll never find no one like me. Let her go, God bless her, wherever she may be. You can search this whole wide world, but you'll never find no one like me. Let her go, God bless her, wherever she may be. You can search this whole wide world, but you'll never find no one like me. I was trying to fade out one track, but a wire was stuck on the knob, so I feel like you heard me kind of laughing. For Shaunus, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Leonida, thank you so much, y'all. Flair, what does he say? What does Kool-Aid Man say? I'm thinking back to South Park, or no, Family Guy. What does he say when he like bursts through the wall? Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, if anyone has Samus's "Oh yeah," now would be a perfect time to do that. Thank you guys. And Kendra, thank you again. Like, sincerely, for real. I think you're really, really talented. And it's really nice to just see other soulful kind of voices here on this platform, especially ladies. I think it's really awesome. Yes, especially in the music industry. I've been working here in Nashville, Tennessee as a freelance musician for like the past 7 years. Some years better than others, of course. But I found that usually when I'm on stage, I'm usually one of the only girls up there. And don't get me wrong, I freaking love all the men I work with. I adore them. They're my best friends. But one of my favorite parts of being on Twitch is I'm getting to meet a lot of other female musicians. And I don't really know too many normally. So I think it's really awesome. I think you're very talented. And again, if you guys haven't already checked out Kendra, make sure to do so. They are super rad. And again, as for what I do around here, yeah, I don't know if it's the most cohesive list, but I do video game music. Yes, I love video games and I love video game music. And I also do loop arrangements featuring pop music ranging from Ella Fitzgerald to Radiohead to Soundgarden to Fall Out Boy. So, if that interests anyone, get cozy. Maybe grab an adult fun beverage like me. Oh, I didn't realize we had royalty in chat. Jillian. Jillian. I think most of you guys know Jillian. If you don't, she's the amazing keyboardist of the band I play in Fable Cry. An overall hilarious, magical, whimsical, fun person. Sing or play your favorite piece. Go pee-pee. Pee-pee titties. Let's see, what's one of my favorite violin pieces to play? So I did some singing. You know what, for Shaunus, you're now the second person in 2 days to tell me I should do Amy Winehouse. I'm gonna learn Back to Black. I'm gonna do it, I promise. Pencils, oh my god. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know what? I feel like I'm gonna do something different. You see the self-doubt, right, when I say that? Let's do, one of my favorite songs. I'm just gonna play guitar and sing. I've been doing a lot of loopy-doops and stuff like that. And Wicked Ida? Oh my gosh. Everyone in chat right now. It was the dear Ida's birthday recently. So give her a present by either putting funny emotes that she can be amused by and or go follow her right now. Hello, BB Daddies. I was thinking that we should have a birthday extravaganza because mine's gonna be Saturday. And it's nice enough outside to maybe do like a fire pit of sorts. A fear pit? Fire pit? Pita bread? You guys come in here and I'm immediately making horrible jokes. Please don't take that the wrong way. That's more judgment on myself. Oh my god, this new angle! I like don't need baby camera anymore for my guitar. You guys can just see what I'm doing. Huh. Pencils, you get a major priority request for gifting 6 months of subs to Jillian. That's really freaking nice. Thank you so much. I am drinking, what are these called? Gas station beer. All Day IPA Founders. It was a special one where you get 15. You usually get 12. That's earblood. That's out of tune. So we're gonna fix that. Where are you guys hanging out? Oh, Ida, aren't the two of you doing your stream tomorrow as well? Breakfast stream BBs. Puppet making BBs. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I usually at least turn reverb on. Would that make what I just did better? Not really. But I think it's probably best that you know now that I'm disgusting. So, there's that. For the 20 people who just left because of that, I hope you have a wonderful day. Here's some Nora Jones for you guys. So cute, never change. Oh my god! Not only did I get bits for burping, but I got them from freaking Land Shark. Legend. That means that I have succeeded in life because I got paid to do nastiness on the internet. Can someone check and see if my mom's in chat? I hope that she didn't witness that. I waited till I saw the sun. Don't know why I didn't come. I left you by the house of fun. Don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. When I saw the break of day, wish that I could fly away. Standing in the sand, catching teardrops in my hands. My heart is drenched in wine, but you're on my mind forever. Out across mercy in the sea. I would die in ecstasy, but I'll be a bag of bones driving down the road alone. My heart is drenched in wine, but you'll be on my mind forever. Something has to make you run. Don't know why I didn't come. I left you by the house of fun. Don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. I do feel like we have a fair amount of British people that come by the stream every so often. I love my British friends. They say funny things like rubbish and bin. What the heck is that? What are they talking about? Can't figure it out. Dustin bin. Oh, that's nice. Oh. I didn't realize you were here, Gary. Lovely jubbly? Wait, is that a British thing? Someone's been saying that. If Porg says that. I didn't know that's what it was. Gary, would you like to weigh in on any other silly things that British people say? I feel like you're like my best source of that. I can't say bloody hell, I've tried before and I just sound horrible. Bloody hell. Not like, that's wrong. I'm bad at it. Huh. What about wibbly wobbly? Watch it. Oh, this is actually a perfect transition. Yes, this song is on the list. Perfect. By the way, Gary is the Hot Cross, if you guys are looking for some game streams in your life. He's a pretty funny, nice guy, but I don't know what he's talking about most of the time. Let's see. I know this is in the Mario section. Gusty Galaxy Garden. Oh, Jillian, you asked for a song. Let me do that first then. Once Upon a December. Have you heard me do this one before? And I know that you're gonna be singing along with that gorgeous baby daddy voice of yours. Evanescence later? What was like that big one? Save me from the dark. Wake me up. Burr, 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 burr. Save me. That one. Jillian just cheered. Oh god, we've just released the British wave in chat. I don't know what anyone's talking about anymore. Cheeky? What? None of this makes sense. can't wake up. Okay, here's Once Upon a December for Baby Daddy Julian. One, two, three. I did the first note wrong for the high end, and that's gonna bother me silly if I don't fix that right now. I also have to burp. Okay. painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. Someone holds me safe and warm, horses prance through silver storm, figures dancing gracefully across my memories. Far away, long ago, blowing dim as an ember, things my heart used to know once upon a December. Oh my gosh, Ida. You can't sneak an I love you in chat like that. It makes me emotional. Goodness golly. Thank you guys so much for BK. Oh, it's Be Creative. I got it. Thank you for 100 bits. Thank you. And Jasper Jove and Landshark for the follow. Thank you. For anyone that came in from Kender's raid, I usually thank everyone individually, but since it was a lot, I hope you understand if I don't thank everyone individually. Nicolene, you're so sweet. Thank you. Shaunis, thank you for the follow, and also thank you for complimenting my vibrato. That that means so much to me, because that's the kind of nitty-gritty like violin practice work that I do every single day, and I just hope and like pray that, you know, people will be able to see the difference. But I work on my vibrato in the most awful exercise every single day, and it means a lot to me that you notice. Thank you. Oh no, I thought about which song I felt like I needed to do next, and I put this on and I got distracted. A song spoke to me. What was it? It's not necessarily, it's a bit of a different camera angle. I ended up moving it a little bit more to the side, because whenever I watch clips, I'm like, ew, the camera's very close to my face, and I feel self-conscious. So then I zoomed it out a bit. And I also moved the microphone up here, which is actually much easier to use. Gosh darned it, what was that song I had in mind? Ice cubes on your fingers make them number? Oh my gosh. Let me show you my vibrato warm-up. Don't worry, I'll only do it for a second because it's like pure ear blood. It's really bad. But what I do is I put a metronome. Almost destroyed baby camera. I put a metronome on at 58. Or actually, no. Let's do that at like 100. Metronome, right? Now I'm going to do 8th notes, go into 8th note triplets, and then 16th notes. This is what I do every day for 5 minutes. Yeah. And I do that at 4 or 5 different metronome settings. It's awful. It's so bad. I hate it. But it's the only way to really get a clean vibrato, I found. So I have to just train my hand, because the movement for vibrato, you have to be this loose. That's a lot of not tension. I'm sorry if I just gave you guys earblood and pain, but that's one of the reasons I offer, as one of my emotes, the beautiful, the spectacular earblood. So, if that interests you, if it's just a sub away, and then you'll have the best, most Thank you, everybody. Look, if you got earbuds, flood them in chat now. Is there's something, aren't they? I feel like everyone here is being super sweet and nice, so let's have a feel good moment. I'm gonna do First Day of My Life, which will hopefully not provide you with earblood. Maybe. I wish I could remember what song I wanted to do. It's very upsetting. Oh my god, I almost spit that out. Just seeing earbuds floating around the screen was ridiculous. This is one of my favorite songs to do as a loop. It hits me in my heart spot because it's just about two weird people finding each other. And in my opinion, I think that's one of the most romantic things in the world, being a weird person myself. So I hope you guys like it as much as I do. I did pre-record the guitar track on this. I pre-record some things on my loops to help things move along, as I know loops aren't for everybody. is the first day of my life. Swear I was born right in the doorway. I went out in the rain and everything changed. They're spreading blankets on the beach. Yours is the first face that I saw. Think I was blind before I met you. Now I don't know where I am, I don't know where I've been, but I know where I want to go. So I thought I'd let you know that these things take forever. I especially am slow, but I realized that I need you, and I was wondering if I could come home. I remember the time you drove all night just to meet me in the morning. And I thought it was strange, you said everything changed. You felt as if you just woke up. And you said, this is the first day of my life. I'm glad I didn't die before I met you. But now I don't care, I could go anywhere with you, and I'd probably be happy. So if you wanna be with me, with these things there's no telling, we'll just have to wait and see. But I'd rather be working for the paycheck than waiting to win the lottery. Besides, maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you love me. just to meet me in the morning. And I thought it was strange, you said everything changed. You felt as if you just woke up. And you said, this is the first day of my life. I'm glad I didn't die before I met you. But now I don't care, I could go anywhere with you, and I'd probably be happy. So if you wanna be with me, with these things there's no telling, we'll just have to wait and see. But I'd rather be working for the paycheck than waiting to win the lottery. Besides, maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you like me. Tay, you got good timing. Yeah, most of you guys know Tails. The other band that I'm in here in Nashville, the other fantastic band that has a whole lot of material coming out. Oh my god, Soft Kitties! Thank you for subbing 3 months in advance. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Please let me know if there's something I could play for you, please. I'll play it right away as an official thank you, but me and Taylor a long while back, Taylor's also like a booker and like he knows like every single band here in town, so he helped put together a big Conor Oberst tribute band that we played in. He had me play in as well, and we did that before Tails was even formed yet. And I remember that show really well. I think that was one of the first times I played at the Basement East. Nicolim, thank you. Eleanor, thank you so much for the sub. I'm realized as I'm saying your name. Oh my god, you guys. John, thank you for the resub as well. Thank you. Nicolim, I hope you have a wonderful night's rest. Oh my gosh. New subs are so exciting. Thank you so much. You guys, and thank you for Soft Kitties for 1,000 bits. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna stay. You can stay as long as you want, Nicolim. I would love to try and give you guys some feels of the violin variety now, if you're into that sort of a thing. I feel like I want to do one that I know I can emote really well on. Let me look at the list here. Okay. Hey, for Corey! I'm doing great. Today has been a really awesome, chill, vibey stream. I've been having a really good time. I think to get me back into violin playing, if you guys don't mind, I would like to play over one of my favorite game tracks, but also like really cool vibes. I think you'll like it. Beneath the Mask from Persona 5. I love this song because it leaves me enough space where I can play on the melody, but also do a fair amount of improv work. And I think even though it's a game track, even if you're like, video games, why would I listen to video game music? Give it a shot, because this one's really, really chill. I think you'll like it. felt kind of lame at the end there. Oh my gosh, say it ain't so! Everybody! The last hot boy is here. I am quite honored. I don't want to be too forward, but I've been hoping that you would come here one day. Let me know if I can play something for you. Hi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I think your name is really funny. Happy weekend. I know. Oh my god. That's why I'm alone. No, I'm kidding. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Hey, wanna hear a Mario song? Oh, wait, before I do that, I was waiting because there's one solo rude in this song that I still need to learn. But I added this new song to my list that I think is just so freaking fun. And I feel like everyone here has been so chill and awesome that I would like to share a moment with y'all. There is a soundtrack that I listened to the other day. I listen to a lot of game soundtracks in my own time. It's like my favorite thing to listen to if I have the time for myself. For the last Hot Boy, I can show you. I have this much video game music. So if there's a video game song you want to hear, I very well might have it. You could just be like, hey, Chrono Cross, please. And I'll be like, got it. Or you might be like, Final Fantasy VI. And I'll be like, got you, fam. So if there's something you'd like to hear, just let me know. This particular song is from Gravity Rush, and it is so freaking fun. So if you feel like you got some energy or been sitting down too long, get up. I clicked the wrong button, and then I got scared for some reason. was just one hit at the end. I got too excited. But isn't that so fun? What? Getting that to play in your stream. It's called, I think it's a made-up language. They actually have, like a made-up language they sing over it. Also, Thick Porg, what's up? Someone said something earlier, and I was like, Thick Porg says that, but he's not here. I don't understand. But I thought of you. Just letting you know. Brits in the house. I'm becoming the most popular streamer in not Britain. No, I'm not. But I do love my British friends. You guys are the best. Let's see here. And oh my gosh, the last hot boy. Thank you so much for your subs. Like seriously, thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. If I could tell my high school people that were making fun of me that I would have the last hot boy sub to my Twitch channel, maybe they would have been nice to me. Actually had a decent time in high school. I wasn't really bullied, but I wasn't like acknowledged either. But I feel like that's kind of like a good place to be. Gabe Trolls, welcome, welcome. Trolls are welcome, as long as, for the most part, you're pretty nice. Oh my god, Gabe Trolls. Oh my goodness. Don't make me blush. Oh my god. I love Fiona Apple. I love Fiona Apple. Thank you for the follow for Gabe Trolls as well as Slave to the Rhythm. I feel like I did a good kind of dancey song with a name like that. But thank you for the follow. Alright. Then I hope you hang out and get comfy for Mr. Gabe. This is a bit out of left field, but I would like to do, because you mentioned Fiona Apple, one song. It's not one of her original, but I saw a video of her singing it in like a dive bar, and I was like, oh my god, I need to learn that song. And it's called Rivers Stay Away From My Door. It's really beautiful. It's one of my favorites. So Fiona Apple inspired me to be more comfortable with the low register of my voice, because as you can tell, I have a lower speaking voice. That does translate to my singing voice as well. But I love Fiona Apple, and her performance of this really touched me. And beyond that, it's a really powerful traditional blues song with someone wishing for something as simple as a storm not coming and ruining their house and all that they know. I hope you like it. Why does that sound funny to me? Oh, sorry. Microphone. I like sincerely apologize to the microphone whenever I bump it. I'm just gonna check my tuning because something sounds just a little wrong to me. Yeah, there she blows. Okay, here we go. Oh my god, Gabe. Thank you for the sub. Y'all, there's been so many new subs today. Thank you so much. Really, thank you. It really, really means a lot to me. Thank you. Jaro Clay, how long have you been sitting on that? 19 months. Oh my god. Thank you. Jaro, thank you so much. Oh man. You keep going your way, I'll keep going my way. River, stay away from my door. I just got a cabin, You don't need my cabin. River, stay away from my door. Don't come up any higher. I'm so all alone. Leave my bed and my fire. That's all I own. I ain't breaking your heart. Don't go breaking my heart. River, stay away from my door. Oh Lord, ain't I been faithful as I worked and toiled in the sweat and sun? Oh Lord, hear my prayer for you as I thank you for all that you've done. Oh Lord, you made the river, but won't you try to remember that you made me too? Oh Lord, hear my prayer for you and make the river hear my plea. Oh, I ain't breaking your heart. Don't go breaking my heart. River, stay away from my door. River, stay away from my door. Had a bit of a thumb cramp. Thank you guys again so much. I feel like we're nearing probably the last like 20 minutes or so of the stream for today, but I'm so happy. Thank you so much. If you'd like to see, I actually have a recording of myself playing that song on my porch during a thunderstorm. Oh my God, Gabe. Thank you. But if you pop onto my YouTube channel, which rolls around here, or BHG, just put the links up. I have a video of me doing that during a lightning storm. You can like see all the flashes and stuff, and there's some videos of me doing Irish fiddle tunes, and I'm starting to record all my loop covers, and even my very first cosplay, I did Renoa, and I played Breezy from Final Fantasy VIII. If you recognize that. Bender! Oh my God. You guys, thank you. This number is like, thank you so much. Thank you. For real. I've said this before, but you know, this past year, I'm not gonna lie, it's been very interesting being a freelance musician and not being able to perform shows, but you guys have been able to keep me able to stay in my house and like bills and groceries, and then on top of that, you have supported me enough where I've been able to use this money to buy new instruments and new equipment, like this amazing microphone and the camera, and I bought a bass and started playing bass because of you guys, and I bought a harp that's coming, an Irish harp, so not like the huge one, but either way, I've said this before, and I hope this doesn't get too stale for the people who are here more often than not, but you've given me more than anything the gift of choosing how I want to spend my time, and how I want to spend my time sincerely is just trying to become a better musician and make more music and do new things. And because of you, I'm writing loop quartet pieces of video game pieces, and I'm able to listen to game soundtracks all day until I find stuff like that cool jazz piece to learn and play for y'all. So just for real, thank you so much. Oh, sorry, that was loud. Just thank you so much. This is such a dream come true for me, and even when I get my gigs back, I'm not planning on stopping doing this at any point in time soon. Hopefully ever. I thought I heard Baloo. just thank you guys. Trying to think of where I would like to. For Porg, the second I can go on tour again, I'm going on tour. Like, me and my band Fable Cry and Tails as well, we're all like just dying to get back to playing shows again. Ellen Dally, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. But yeah, we're ready to go the second that we get the A-OK. And I'm happy to be able to say that I've had my second vaccine this past week. And yeah, I think things are going to slowly get there. For Slacker, I haven't been to St. Louis yet, but that's not that far for us. I've been around like the main region of the like east southern part. We've been to like Florida, both Carolinas, Georgia, Louisiana, a bit of the Midwest, and I've done a couple shows in Chicago for Porg. I'm trying to remember the names of the venue. The Listening Room? That might have been it. And I did like a So Far Sounds in Chicago once, which was super fun. But when I can get back out there, I'm going back out there. And, you know, if it interferes with our schedule, then I guess I'll just have to maybe bring you on the road with me occasionally and just like show you, I don't know, how we do it, like what we do on the road and stuff. I don't know if that'd be interesting or not. Let's see here. Cool Ethan, thank you for the follow. The Cool Ethan. I do like Ethans. I have a good track record with Ethans. I trust them. I really wanted to try and do a particular loop arrangement. Let's see. I think it's in this binder. Yeah, I did So Far Sounds with this band Roanoke that I used to play with. They're like a really cool folk rock band. And I played with them for like 4 years. But if you search Roanoke and Chicago so far, I think it should come up. This is kind of nerdy, but I really want to show you guys. Yes, I know that I have video game fans in the chat, and whenever I do that, I have to play video game music because it makes me so happy. Sorry, mods. I know I'm kind of like going all over the place with the songs. I hope you're not upset with me. For Plinth User, I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? I'm a happy lady. I looked like Evil Dare. What was this? God, creepy alien woman. I know I'm going a bit long, but I'm like having so much fun that I just at least want to play a little bit longer. For Sock Kitties, thank you for 600 bits. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was a good use of the Evil Joe for sure. But this is one of the other fun things I bought. Ew, I had bangs back then. Gross. My Zoe Deschanel wannabe face. This was another one of the fun things that I was able to get because of the donations from you guys. As you can see, I'm very responsible with the things that I purchased for this channel. The Irish harp is next, and I think the next thing I'm gonna buy is something kind of like this, like a little suitcase drum kit. Maybe not that one in particular, but I'm looking to expand what I'm doing and not cough up the pictures. Oh, with me with bangs? If you want to see with me with bangs, I can find a picture. Oh, man. I'm gonna do my mashup of Koss's theme and Song of Storms. It's a loop where I do this and violin. Kimmy! I'm not the best at it, but it's fun. How are you doing, Kimmy? It's good to see you. Fun. Here's my little Zelda mashup. I hope y'all dig it. Thick pork, thank you. And now we have a. Oh my god. All right. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh shoot, that was wrong. Is that really right? It's a D minor. Okay, got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Slow down. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's still wrong. G. Okay, I got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, man. Son of a gun. Oh, okay, for real. I got it. Wait, what? Oh my god. I promise I'm just flustered. Use the hype train. I'm sorry. Okay. So much has happened today. Oh my gosh, that took me so long to get that freaking accordion in there. I got so flustered. And Brody, oh my god, be gentle with the violin, Joe. Thank you so much for that huge donation. $80.80. And also Dude Killers for your donation for $8.08. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Can I show you more of my nerdy game loops? Because I feel like people are like happy to see that. Should I use the accordion for it? Yeah, come on. I want to show you my Poke Center one. It's real cute, like. I'm sorry if my fake southern accent offends anybody. I live in the South now. I grew up outside of Boston, but I love the southern accent. I think it's adorable. It's just me wishing that my Boston accent that comes out occasionally was cuter. Poke Center. Holly, what's up? Dude, today is like a freaking party. Oh my god. Poke Center time. Oh yeah, I did the Poke Center I feel like 2 months ago, but my song list is now almost like 300, so it's easy to get things lost in there. But, okay. Let's see. Boom. One, two, three. Joe, you can do it. Just focus. Turn this up. 2, 3, and. Gotta get that last little ding dong in there. Yo, oh my god, today has been wild. Between friends and all these follows, I cannot believe it. Dude Killers, thank you for 200 bits. I have a follow from a language I don't know how to read, but I do appreciate it. I wish I could thank you and say your name. For cupcakes, Dutrar, you're a cellist. Very cool. Do you stream yourself playing? Elegant Cactus, my darling, thank you so much for being here and the follow. Streamer supporter, thank you very much. Love that. Dan Vout, thank you for the follow. Cupcakes for the follow, and Dranken Doter, thank you guys so much. I'm just so beside myself happy right now. I think what I'm gonna do, I usually like to wind things down, but I think what I'd like to do is do some of my softer pieces real quick, like the video game pieces that are gonna hit you. And then I want to end on a big note and probably finish off with Breakfast in America. It's like my favorite loop. I love doing it so much. It's so friggin' fun. And it's a big dancey moment. And I want to end today on kind of a celebratory high. Thank you guys again so much for today and the support. And I'm... My poor washboard. I'm a bit flustered. You know what's funny too is the very first thing that I think it was the very first time I brought the donation bar into the chat environment was when I was asking for donations to be able to afford my washboard. And I remember people being like, "What?" But I just wanted this thing so bad. So it was my very first donation bar that I had set, and from this I was able to then get the bass and the bass amp and the microphone and the accordion and the harp and so many other things. So thank you guys so much. But it all started with this silly little thing, but I love it so much. I think when it came to finding my place here on Twitch, I know I'm not technically the best player or musician by far. So I tried my best when I just picked things to be like, you know what, I'm going to pick something that feels true to myself. And it was the silly things, as you can see, like playing the polka center as a loop or buying an accordion and doing all these things. But it's what I want, and it's if I have my dream tools for making something, this is what it is. And I'm just really happy to have found people that seem to want to hear that as well. So thank you guys. Okay, so I am going to DP, what's up? It's good to see you. I'm going to jump into a very chill moment, and we're going to build back up our energy to end on Breakfast in America. I'm going to go to one of my favorite emotive pieces to play when it comes to the video game repertoire, Tifa's theme. I love playing this on the violin. I think it's gorgeous, and I hope you guys can see how much I like it. Streamer supporter, thank you. Thank you guys. For the maestro, yeah, I think it was a hard lesson for me to figure out, but I went to Berklee College of Music in Boston, which is a pretty competitive music school, and I, at 18, getting into that program was really struggling as my confidence was not high at all, and I was really nervous. But I think that school did also do a wonderful job at teaching me the business side of music. I feel like the attitude of Berklee is yo, we can teach you how to play the best scales and improv solos and technique that we can. However, we mostly want to teach you to have a business mind so you can actually support yourself. Because if everyone in this room can play the scale the best, what does that mean if everyone can do it? Um, so I feel like I did kind of keep a lot of that information they taught me in my head to be like creative about being a musician in the modern day and age and finding your place. Bo, what's up? It's so good to see you as always. We've had so many friends today. I feel like with this movie, it's like with this music, it's like the last scene in a children's show where I'm like, what a fun day we had. So many friends and good memories. I'm gonna stop. I'm sorry. We're adults. Next Saturday is my birthday, by the way, for anyone who wants to hang out. I've heard that the mods are planning something, and one of them has complete and total control over the overlay at all times, so that might be fun. But it's my last year in my 20s. I'm turning 30. But if anyone wants to hang out, I'd love to have some company. Alright, serious. feel like I didn't do too hot on that one. I got flustered. I'm being whiny. I should stop. I'm sorry. For Dr. Scorpion, I'm not familiar. I have a pretty big list if there's anything you like from there. But, okay. Greg and Alicia. I did get excited when I saw that the compliments were here. Thank you guys. Thank you. And if you haven't had the absolute pleasure of getting to hang out with Greg and Alicia, aka the compliments, make sure to check them out. Because not only are they extremely talented, but they're fun, they're engaging, and they're incredibly kind people as well. And they were like the first channel that I really started to watch here on Twitch where I felt welcome and like seen whenever I was in your guys' chat. So thank you. You guys are the best. All right, Joe, we're going to bring up the energy a little bit. I'm going to do, I think, 3 more game pieces, and then I think I'm going to close it out with Breakfast in America. Freaking love that song, and it's super fun. Now is your chance if you guys want to call out any particular game to see if I might have it and I can play something to make you happy. Otherwise, I kind of just want to pick something that speaks to me, whatever that means. But I know that we've done a fair amount of this. We did a fair amount of Zelda today, too. So I think maybe I should open it up by doing... Oh, yeah, we also have movies. Since I did one pretty beautiful piece and I felt like I didn't quite land on it, I want to give my best go at another one. And the other really known and loved one is To Xanarkin. So I want to do my best to do this. Give myself some redemption. are. Come on now. I think a lot of you guys have heard me talk about Howling Giant a fair amount of times, but they're like one of my favorite bands in Nashville. And fun facts, one of the last bands I actually got to play a live show with. I feel like with y'all here, I should do something like energetic. I saw a couple suggestions that I'm super down with. One being Gusty Galaxy Garden. I'm more than happy to throw that in there. And I saw one that kind of hit me from left field. For my Howling Giant friends, I'm going to do Castlevania though. Yes, I think you might like it. I hope at least. Let's see. Oh yeah, it was Near. I do have one Near song that's really, really pretty. So I might jump into that. But first, let's up the energy and do Vampire Killer. This one's pretty friggin' fun. I will do Bloody Tears at one point. I started transcribing it, but I wasn't happy with the arrangement I did. But it's on the horizon. It's gonna happen. But first, get ready, folks. Yes, the volume is about to get a little bit louder. But shout out once again for Howling Giant. Not only are they one of my favorite bands, but I think also one of the best bands when it comes to doing a full group live performance on Twitch. So if you're missing actually going to a venue and seeing some great music, then they are your best solution for that right now. Stand by it. It's so funny is like, I know it's one of the more like heavier video game pieces that I have, but I think it's so pretty when it goes to here. Whatever. You get the gist. Thank you again, guys, for the raid. Thank you. Yeah, just wait until I get my drum set suitcase thing. I'm saving up for one of these bad boys. I'm very excited. So it's gonna get crazy over here pretty soon. Just a little prediction for the future. But I'm actually about to wind things down. I've been going like 5 hours, and clearly I'm not doing my best work at sight reading. So, I know that we had a couple requests. I'm going to, for sure, do Gusty Galaxy Garden. Yes, that's actually been in the queue, and I was naughty, and I haven't been looking at it. I'm going to save the Nier piece for my next stream, but it is in here, if you like Nier. So, here's my Joe Showtime decision. We're going to do Gusty Galaxy Garden. Then we're going to do Howl's Moving Castle. I'm feeling determined, and I want to try it. And then we're going to finish up with Supertramp's Breakfast in America. I think it'll be cool. LX, hello, hello. Everything good in your world, my friend? Let's see here. Gusty Galaxy. This one's really fun. I enjoy playing this piece quite a bit. TMG, thank you so much for dropping in. And thank you everybody again for today. GGG. Yep, it's time. It is time. I know I've been very neglectful. It's not because I didn't want to do the piece. I just got excited and sidetracked. But here's some Mario for y'all. I feel like that vibrato is kind of silly at the end. It was just like, wow. Oh, Duke Fort, you were so sweet. Thank you. Also, May, I saw that you popped in right in time for Tifa's theme. Yeah, Baloo's been kind of snobby lately with his entrances. Thank you for the new follows, by the way. And Rich for the bits, thank you. For the new follows from Zentagram, thank you. Caffeinate, Unconquered, Melanorama, got it. And Bubligans. What? Oh my god! Oh my god. Thank you, Brody, so much. And of course, I will do some Ingrid Michaelson for you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! Okay. Okay. I'm flustered. Yeah, thank you, Brody. Oh my god. Okay, okay, okay. I am very actually equipped to keep going right now. I don't usually go this long, but I don't stream until Tuesday. I'm just like on cloud nine right now. Not from even like just big obvious things from that, but just like chat in general right now is so sweet. Everything's been so rad. I am more than happy to keep going to do the Ingrid Michaelson song. I still want to do Howl's Moving Castle, and I do want to do Breakfast in America. I will say though, I do need a quick break to just use the restroom, so I'm gonna do that and just put on a quick video, and then I will be back right at the end. But thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. But I am so happy. I'm a bit overwhelmed. Do you want to see a silly video or do you want to see a pretty video? Go as fast as you can, because I'm just going to go by the first answers that I see. I had a text on my phone. Silly? 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 You guys got it. I'm going to show you my band called Fable Cry, and they're my best friends in the world, and we make theatrical, crazy rock music. Huge. And here's a video that we made. It's kind of one of the lighter songs on our album, but I think you might like it. I'll be back at the end of this video.
What?
Well, all your life you've been a footstool. Yes, you have. Just admit it. You never won. But there was always just a snagging little voice in your head, and it said, don't listen to them. Well, maybe truth is they were wrong, and you were wrong, and everyone was wrong. And the third, less loud, but half as lousy little voice was the real one all along. I won't say you did, I won't say you didn't, but between us both, I probably did the same damn thing, the same enough kind of way, and the price I had to pay was great. I was a fool once too, just like you. Well, I may not know where my soul will go if it's up to me. I will go where the fires glow, and you can come with me.
Oh, poor thing, you must think that you never get herself off the ground. Well, I dig up back from the grave, mud on my face, and tell me who could wear it as well. In my case was a glitz game and cheap champagne. Blame the man with the diamond eyes, well, not me. Pay your respects, I'm the best you're gonna get, and you can tell me when you're ready to play.
I was a fool once too, just like you. Well, I may not know where my soul will go if it's up to me. I will go where the fires glow, and you can come with me. I see the point that you're making, and I'm not saying you're faking. Saying? Only exaggerating. I'll give you this, you sound jaded, and I could be persuaded to let you help me bring an end to this guy. We'll make a big dumb ring out of his big dumb diamond eye, and guess what? When I bopped with his head and I danced on his grave,
I get the fame.
you get his cane. Well, maybe not his cane, his scarf or shoelaces or something.
No, 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 the last thing I need is another freak who can't seem to choose between which side he'll be. I've been there, and I've done it. I've been in the center with a handsome devils with ghouls running the streets. So I grant permission.
Under my condition.
I'm the one that may simply.
You're a liar. I've said repeatedly.
Then check this out.
Hello there. I know you might not recognize me with my human body. This feels like the weirdest transition coming back to me tuning a bass. There we go. But if I'm going to be doing Ingrid Michaelson, then I need to make sure that my bass is ready to be played. Oh, I did it right. Oh, but I did hit the bass, so that's not great. Brody, again, thank you so much for such a generous donation, and then you've done like multiple and over a long course of time as well, so just thank you so much. But yes, for LX, I have a bunch of music videos with that band in particular, Fable Cry. If you want to check them out, they're all on YouTube, and we've actually been releasing a lot of new stuff lately. So if you give a sub to the channel, you'll be sure not to miss anything. For this particular loop, I need to set up my looper in a particular way. So just so we're not sitting in silence here. Oh, we got Gusty Galaxy just rolling along. Just having a good time. There we go. Let's see. So for my looper, I need an empty channel first. And then we need single track on and free my measures. And then one last one here. 2 more settings and we're good to go. I'm so happy. Okay, I think we're all good to go here. Okay. I'm naughty, and since we only have a couple songs left, I thought I would treat myself. Oh, I gotta switch binders. I'm still in the video game one too. Do I have the brute strength to lift the video game binder while handling the guitar? Whew. You go down. You come up. I know it's silly at this point that I'm keeping all of these binders instead of putting everything on the computer, but I just, since I type up and I make all these pieces of sheet music and lead sheet myself, I feel kind of attached to them. And I like to have them, so I don't know. I just don't feel like I'm ready to part with my binders yet. I love them too much. 2. I've been sipping 1 beer for the stream, so I just cracked open number 2. Don't worry, Joe's not going crazy. Okay, so we're gonna loop this. Go down, turn this up. So this particular loop, I have to record in separate tracks, so it's gonna take me a second longer. You're gonna just hear me do the second chorus, the chorus twice rather, to be laying down these tracks. 1, 2, 3. I think if I mute it, that's better. 2, here we go. so sorry, I screwed up a note in there. I can fix it. It's just gonna take me a second. I gotta clear off what I just did on that other track. Yep, okay. Other bass part's fine. I can fix this. 1, 2, 3, and... Now I just need backup vocals. If you were falling, then I would catch you. You need a light, I'd find a match, 'cause I love the way you say good morning, and you take me the way I am. I'd buy you Rogaine when you start losing all your hair. sew on patches to all you tear, 'cause I love the way you call me baby, and you take me the way I am. Our chili, oops. Here, take my sweater. Your head is aching. I'll make it better, 'cause I love you more than I could ever promise. And you take me the way I am. You take me the way I am. You take me the way I am. Oh my gosh, I had a rough time with that one. Goodness. I got psyched out, and then like the volume was different on each track. I guess when I played guitar, I was doing too much of this. Next time, I promise I'll do it a bit better for you, Brody. I'm gonna do it probably next week as well. But thank you again so much, so much for that huge donation and the other one from before. Thank you guys. Like I said, there's 2 more that I want to conquer tonight. Are they a little bit adventurous, ambitious? Yes, but I want to do it. I really want to do Howl's Moving Castle, and I really want to do Breakfast in America. Those are going to be the last 2 of the evening, and then we're going to take this party over to some other amazing streamer. Switch back. I'm literally in the middle of like a circle of instruments between the accordion, the banjo, the bass, the guitar, and all the binders. But thank you guys again so much. I just feel so lucky to be able to do this, and on top of all that, have such a good time while doing it, so thank you. This piece I find to be very difficult, and I really want to get it clean. But I know I've been getting a little bit better at it each and every time, so I'm determined. It gets very high at the end, so I guess have your earbuds on the ready to go. For this particular version, I do like to play along to a particular piano version that is done by a channel on YouTube called Paradise. I'm getting ahead of myself. Except instead of an I in Paradise, it's a number 1. So if you like the piano playing, make sure to go over there and give them a sub. I know that they would really appreciate it. And I'm determined. I can do this. some like simple mistakes, but overall I'm pretty okay with it. I could definitely tell I'm just tired in regards of reading, but those high notes at the end were like pretty boop boop. They were pretty much in there. They were in the pocket a little bit. Thank you guys. After the strongest start I've ever had into that song, it was a bit of a rebound. I'll give myself that much at least. Thank you. Thank you, Greg and Alicia. As long as I have your approval, that's all that matters to me. Thank you guys. I know I probably pushed it a little bit with myself here at the end, but I am so very happy with how everything has happened today. I mean, not only with just the huge donation numbers and everything, which I'm so grateful for, but new follows and new friends, and once again, just a really healthy, wonderful chat environment. I am Angel Eyes. You want to hear the courage one? Since you asked so nicely, then yeah, I'll do it. But thank you guys so much. We're sneaking in another little short one here because it's so dang wholesome. I told you guys how I pick songs primarily because I love them, and whether they fit together sometimes I'm not so sure about, but I have managed to make a big list of music that I really care about. And the newest edition is kind of a quirky little tidbit of a tune. This is from the TV show Courage the Cowardly Dog, which I know is very specific, but there's this one theme in it for Muriel, the like sweet old lady in it that takes care of Courage, and she has this like kind of a ragtime theme played on the piano, and I turned it into an arrangement for a trio for violins. I've only played this once before. The melody kind of trips me up, so I'm hoping I'm not too tired to get it, but I want to give my best go. So I'm going to build it from the bottom up. You may not recognize it till I add that main melody on top, but I hope you guys like it. Let's see here. Turn that up, that down. And I should take this slow. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh my god. I gotta come back to this because I'm officially flustered. Thank you so much for the raid. How did your stream go? I'm cool and composed. Hey y'all, I'm Joe. I play video game music, and I also do loops of other stuff as well, but I feel like since we got some people from a game stream, let's go in with some Final Fantasy. John, thank you so much. I've been going just over like 5 hours now, so I'm feeling a little crazy, but maybe that's the best way to be. Let me know if I could play something for you in particular. Let me show you guys some of my favorite game pieces. We're gonna start with Crossing Those Hills from Final Fantasy IX, my favorite Final Fantasy, and I hope you guys like it. I promise I'll get back to that Courage one at one point. I just gotta get my bearings. my gosh, I'm so flustered. Thank you again, John, so much. How did your fundraiser go, by the way? I put the violin down very aggressively. I was lurking for a little while today, and I saw that in the first like 5 minutes you managed to already raise like an incredible amount. Over 30,000! Freaking amazing! And even from the time I found your stream, I feel like this is already the second one you've done. So amazing. And if anyone here hasn't gotten to check out John, I know that most of you guys are in the music side, but there's also this other side of Twitch where they do games. I know it's crazy, it's wild, but definitely a frontier that you should get into. I've been doing it myself and been having a really good time. So for y'all, like I said, I do video game music. I write out all my sheet music myself, and this is the video game stuff. So this is all Chrono Cross, Final Fantasy, Zelda, and everything in between. And I write it out all myself, and I recently got into making quartet arrangements of songs. So this is Mega Man that I just did. I have Skyloft, I have Final Fantasy VI. I have a bunch of stuff. So I feel like I just want to keep going today, at least for a while longer, for showing you some of the game stuff. But I also do arrangements of commercial music. The artists that I cover range from Ozzy Osbourne to Ella Fitzgerald to Radiohead to Soundgarden and a bunch of stuff. I promise y'all. But I was planning on doing one of my favorite loops. And this is definitely kind of like a party song, so maybe this will be a good one to celebrate the positive donation vibes. So, I'm gonna show you guys one of my favorite loops that I've made. For this I play a bunch of other instruments. I play guitar and bass and the accordion and a bunch of different stuff. So, I'm gonna show you how that goes. Let me just get the looper set up. This takes me a second, and I have to go down to the underworld down here, but I will be back in a second. Don't worry about it. I'm still here. It's fine. Single track on. Free my measures. I think that's everything I need. Let's make a party song. Looper on, this goes off. Bam. This is a fun little tune called Breakfast in America. I'm gonna start with the guitar and layer basically all the instruments I know on it. It builds pretty fast though. Give me a good pick now. All right, let's do it. tried with baby cam. It didn't want to work. What else is left? Oh, washboard. The most rock and roll instrument I have. Take a look at my girl, shoot, she's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, I never seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo across the water like to see America. See the girls in California, I'm hoping it's gonna come true. It's not a lot I can do, yeah. Could we have kippers for breakfast? Mummy dear, they gotta have them in Texas, 'cause everyone's a millionaire. I'm a winner, I'm a sinner, would you like my autograph? I'm a loser, what a joker, I'm playing my jokes upon you. Well, there's not a lot I can do, yeah. She's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, I never seem to get a lot. What's a lot? Not a lot. Take a jumbo across the water like to see America. See the girls in California, I'm hoping it's gonna come true. While there's not a lot I can do, yeah. surprise. Oh my god. This is insane. Thank you guys so much. Gary, what's up? And Kimmy, I saw that you're here too. You snuck in a bit earlier. You got to see the snuck sounds so naughty. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, you graced my stream with your lovely presence earlier, and I was quite pleased, is what I meant to say. Thank you guys so freaking much. Holy guacamole. I was planning on ending on that note, but I mean, come on. I think I'm mostly just excited because I love playing my video game stuff, but I sometimes feel like people really like she was playing hooky. Oh, I mean, maybe she just needed to like have a little like bathroom break and the phone happened to be on and I happened to be on the phone. Maybe that was how it happened. Maybe. But I know that people really like to hear the commercial music, especially on the music side of Twitch. But I'm super, super passionate about my video game stuff. So I'd love to play you guys some of my favorites if that's okay. I almost want to just jump into some of the quartet arrangements that I've been doing. Mods, I know I'm going a bit later, so I hope y'all are okay. I don't want anyone to feel like they need to be here longer than they need to. Obviously, since we got like a bigger group here, I don't know if you guys just like want to call out specific stuff that you would like to hear. You're here to party. Yeah, I did the party song. You can like call out specific games that you like, because I do have a fair amount of them. And in my Discord, there is a section for video game suggestions, and I do take a bunch from there and I make transcriptions from that. How about I want to do, I think, Lazy Afternoon. This is one of the first quartet arrangements I did from Kingdom Hearts 2. It's super pretty. I hope you guys like it. Oh, I changed my mind. I'm sorry. I want to do Fisherman's Horizon. I have the beautiful Lady Renoa watching me, and I can't ignore that gaze. I must do Fisherman's Horizons for her. Yeah, I actually have an Outer Wilds loop. I can do... Yeah, I have a bunch of indie stuff. I was doing Seasons After Fall earlier. Like, even though I'm a musician as my profession, when it comes to my downtime, I really like to just listen to video game soundtracks when I'm, like, relaxing. So I have a bunch of stuff. I did stuff from Gravity Rush today that I just did the other day. I have a bunch of stuff, yeah. But let's start with Fisherman's Horizon. This is a trio that I wrote for violin. And I'm just going to loop it all on top of each other. Yeah, I play in a very weird, amazing, loud, theatrical rock band here in Nashville, Tennessee. I play for 4 different groups. Oh. Silence. Joes of the past. We've moved on. But I do play for 4 groups here in Nashville. And most of them are actually rock groups. Fable Cry. Fable Cry is my everything. I love them. Let's see. I think I'm set.
Ready.
3. Oh my god, I realized I couldn't do the toe fade. Yes, the wire's in the way, but I caught it just in time. Oh my god, I have a Your Lion April loop. It's like the lamest but most adorable little thing in the world. It's the first scene where like she's on the jungle gym and she's playing a melodica, and I forgot. And there's like a bunch of little kids around her, and she teaches them how to play music. And I'm a music teacher as well, so that scene naturally just like hit my heartstrings. So I had to do that one. Maybe I'll show you all that one. All right, before I move on, why don't I do one more of these like loopy-doop ones? Someone asked for Outer Wilds. It's one of my new loops, so I'll give it a go. On this one, I do guitar, banjo, accordion, washboard, and violin. It's a pretty short progression, so it doesn't go pretty quickly. I've managed to squeeze all my students onto... Whoa! Okay, I've been doing such a horrible job keeping up with everything. I'm usually thanking things as they happen. Here, allow me to get the chill out vibey music back. I just gotta go over here and then click on that. Bam. Here we go. I put together a playlist of video game tracks that I didn't feel like it was right to write like music to, and maybe thought they were more of like improv pieces. So I have stuff on here from like Transistor and Swords and Sorcery and a bunch of stuff like that. But let's see here. If I'm gonna move on to Outer Wilds, I gotta put this over here. Okay. For Metroid's Metroid Spasm, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. Thank you. Thank you so much for the subs as well from Miss Coconi. And for I Am Non-Linear, thank you so much. I'm sure I probably missed some. Dude Killers, thank you for gifting that sub to John. John, thank you again so much for the raid. Prioritizing, if you have something you'd like to hear from any game or anything in general on my list, please let me know. I know you're probably tired, so probably just like doing the post-stream chillage, but thank you. Wayward, thank you for gifting a sub as well. And for Wayward for the donation for $5, thank you. And Wayward for the bits. I'm just flying back as much as I can to make sure I give as many thank yous as I can. Dude, I have 4 Dragon Quest ones if you like that game. The closed request sign. Usually they're open like when I have a cleared queue, so I'll take 5 free ones typically at a time. But then if you like donate or sub or any of those sort of nice things that streamers usually like, then you get a priority request where I will play anything right at the top. Alright, Outer Wilds. Not in the horror genre yet. I have one very obscure game that I played in college called Rule of Rose. It's kind of like a... Oh, yeah, I got that. I'll do that first then. We're gonna do Frog's theme and then I'll work my way back for the Outer Wilds one. For Jen, you know Rule of Rose. It's kind of like it's a very specific genre within itself. Like people think it's kind of like a Clock Tower sister game. So I played Clock Tower and I had Haunting Grounds and I also had Rule of Rose. I still have them all out there because I found out they're actually worth quite a bit, which I find to be hilarious because all my friends made fun of me for playing those games. Like, this is weird. Let's see here. Chrono Cross is after Castlevania. Just to get back in the mindset of playing with tracks, I'm gonna do just a second of improv to get my balance right on the instruments. And I'm gonna cool my nerves with some adult beverage. Improv time. Oh no! I was vibing! Okay, let's do this. It's like my little pump up sessions. I feel like improv is my first love when it comes to playing violin because I didn't have sheet music telling me if I did something right or wrong. I could just be like, I'm just being flat on purpose to make a vibe. So I feel like whenever I need to get centered again, I just do a little bit of improv and it makes me feel right at home. So since maybe some of y'all might be new to the music side of things, I'm actually going to play along the track of a fellow music streamer, 88-Bit Music, who's a fantastic pianist who has a huge catalog of video game music. So if you like what you hear, maybe you want to check him out. He's pretty good. Okay, Frog's theme. Oh my goodness. for last night. That one is so friggin' fun. I'll admit, when it came to Chrono Cross, you guys were the ones that introduced me to that. Like, one of the first pieces that I learned was actually for one of my mods, Pencils, who asked for... Thank you, John. Thank you. But the first one I did was Time Scar, and that opened up a new world for that. Thank you, Kimmy. Celeste, for when did I end last night? I think I ended at like 11? I don't know if that sounds right. Maybe. But I'm gonna do some classics. We've already done like a fair of the big ones, like Tifa's Theme and Dazanarkand, but I'm gonna pick out some of my favorites. Again, feel free to like call out various pieces, or games, honestly, would probably be the best way to go. Because I'll probably be able to just pick it up. I know I did it earlier tonight for my chat, but I kind of want to do my mashup of Song of Storms and Kafka's Theme again. Because I kind of didn't do fantastic on it before. I would love another go at it. I also definitely need to do some Octopath Traveler. But why don't we do Sight of Spira? Oh, yeah, you know what? Actually, strike that. I was supposed to do Nier a little while ago. It's one of my goals to learn, like, the chaos language of this song to be able to sing this song, because I think it's so gorgeous. So I'm gonna do Song of the Ancients, Popola, from Nier. Then I feel like I gotta play some other, like, Final Fantasy, probably. Let's do that. So, Song of the Ancients. I know it's a bit chaotic now. I usually have, like, if I know I'm gonna have a bigger group, I'll do a prepared set list. I don't have that prepared, so I do apologize if I seem all over the place. Here we go. I think this is the backing track I need. No, 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 no. There's no war drums in this. We don't... It's not the vibe we're going for. Here, let me add that in. That should fix that. There we go. Rewind. We're good to go. Oh my god. Ah! Thank you so much for Aquatic Cocoa. I just saw that. I'm late. I hope you're still here. Thank you so much. Please let me know if there's something else I could play for you. I do the washboard on that Zelda one, so I could do that. Also, if you guys want to hear me sing again, I do a pretty good, like, it's weird advertising. I feel like the songs that are my thing at this point. I feel like I do a pretty good, like, Paranoid Android for Radiohead. I already did First Day of My Life, but I'll Follow You Into the Dark is another one that people seem to really love. I do a good Norah Jones, I think. The mashup. Okay. Selfishly, I really want to do Outset Island. I just think it's really freaking cute first, and I really want to do it. It is so nice. Okay, let's do Outside Island, and then I'll put down this binder, and we'll do the mashup. I'll Follow You Into the Dark. Once Upon a December? Oh, did they want to hear Once Upon a December? I'm more than happy to do that one. That's a really fun loop to make. Outside Island. I will say there's no washboard on Once Upon a December, but I think it's pretty. You know what? Instead of Outset Island, I'm going to do Windfall Island. Yes, whenever I can give a shout out to a fellow musician that I think is really good, I would like to take that opportunity. And this particular remixer is so sweet. His name is Juke Remix. I found his YouTube channel, and I messaged him and asked if he would mind if I played over his stuff on Twitch. And he responded within 5 minutes and asked me if I wanted anything changed in the track. And I was like, no, you sweet, amazing, wonderful person. So if you like what you hear, I highly recommend going to YouTube and checking out the YouTube channel Juke Remix. I've done arrangements to I think 5 of his songs, and he's really, really good. For Che, thank you for the sub, thank you. But I want to, again, give props to him. He's great. Oh my god, that makes me so happy. Yeah, I do a Dragon Roost loop. That one has washboard on it too. Mashup. Mashup needs this binder. For Aquatic Cocoa, did you want to hear Once Upon a December? Was that the one that you wanted? Yes. Okay, let's do that then. I'm going to bump that order to that. And we are going to do Once Upon a December. Then I know I've been teasing this mashup at you guys, so I'll do that one next. But let's do Once Upon a December because that was such a generous donation. I believe you said fiance as well, so congrats to you guys. For this loop, I only used the violin, and I'm gonna do pizzicato, which is when you pluck. Cool. It felt rude just stopping that right where it was. That was the old loop that I made. All right, this one, we're gonna start with very simple pizzicato and I'll build it up from there. Okay, let's see. I have to burp. Okay. I can't just jump into that after being so gross. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, serious. Okay. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. Someone holds me safe and warm, horses prance through a silver storm, figures dancing gracefully across my memories. Far away, long ago, glowing dim as an ember, things my heart used to know, things it yearns to remember. Someone holds me safe and warm, horses prance through a silver storm, figures dancing gracefully across my memories. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. Someone holds me safe and warm, horses prance through a silver storm, figures dancing gracefully across my memories. Far away, long ago, glowing dim as an ember, things my heart used to know once upon a December. Oh my God, and a hype train. I am just beside myself. Thank you guys so much. Here, let me see. I feel like if I'm gonna do my thank yous, I at least should have some chillage happening in the back. Here we go. For Che, thank you for 10 bits. Lexi for 500 bits. Pencils. I am Angelized for gifting that sub to Aquatic Coco. Aquatic Coco, thanks for asking for such a lovely song. Celeste for gifting a sub. Jimmy the Happy Poof, what's up? It's so good to see you. Che for the sub. I don't know if I thanked you for that. And It's Young for the sub as well. Thank you guys so much. So I know I've been teasing that whole mashup at you. I feel like this would be a good moment to bring that out here. This one. Let's see here. I need that. Joe. Just do the freaking song. Whoa, Race Human. I like your name. That was very satisfying to read and say. Thank you for the sub and for the cheers. And for Dude Killers, Race Human for the bits. Thank you, Silky Apec. Thank you all. Thank you. All right. Accordion. This is not my best instrument. I was only able to buy this because of you guys, and the microphone, and the bass, and like all this stuff. So thank you so much. Let's do Costa's theme and Song of Storms. I think I'd want to do this slower. Like, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 1. Much better. I did that one earlier when Kimmy popped in, and I was like struggling so hard on that accordion part. But I've been working on these like Zelda songs where I'm trying to do 2 at a time and have them bleed into each other. So I worked out like, you know, little melodies like the shop theme, and I hate crossing my arms. I feel like it looks so defensive. And like Saria's song, and I'm trying to find ways to make them all like line up with each other. But I'm really happy that you guys liked it and are digging my... It's nice to have like my nerdy video game music celebrated. I love it so much. I love doing this stuff more than anything. You know, I don't know Earthbound yet. I've dug through the material and I found I haven't found like a piece that I felt like needed violin, if that makes sense. No, Panchels, I'm having fun. Leave me breathe. Because I got the next 2 days off. Tomorrow my off day, so I'm very excited. So I promised you Outer Wilds. Let's do that. No, I'm lucky to have a mod like Pencils. He's very good with keeping me responsible. But I promise I'm feeling good so far. We're gonna do Outer Wilds. Yeah, but that's in the evening, and we're just playing Among Us, so that's gonna be really easy. Depending on how much energy I exert into it. Outer Wilds. So funny, Sarah. Oh my god. So from your zero. Wait, here we go. So from your zero. Thank you so much for being, well, you. You've been such a long time supporter. I don't know where I'd be without you. So from your zero, I wish I had the words to say something better than thank you. I wish I could do better than that. So here's a song that didn't rhyme. So, Outer Wilds is like... Dun, dun. The melody starts on an E to an A. Okay, I can do that. 3. try that again. I can get that. Just vibe it out. For Happy Slappy, what's up? Yeah, we are going through just like our last probably pocket of songs here, like 3 to 4. But I've just been having such an amazing stream for a lot of reasons. But thank you guys so much. I'm just so happy. All I ever wanted ever since I was like a kid was just to be able to play music. That was all I wanted. And then I went to college, to music school, with the only knowledge I had being like, I'm just trying to make a career out of music, whatever that would be. And whatever roads and, you know, alleyways it took to get to this point, I'm just so thankful. Because I went to a bit about my background. I'll keep it short, because most of you guys kind of know it by this point. But when I was going to college, I went to Berklee College of Music in Boston, and I got accepted as a vocalist. And at that point in time, I wasn't playing violin. I played violin when I was little, but I quit because I had like a really discouraging teacher. And I picked it up here and there, but I didn't try and really play again until I went to Berklee and I saw the string program and was like, oh my god, that is everything I want to do. But, you know, I hadn't played for years and years, so I went home and I got my mom's violin and I brought it back to school and I bought the best players in the program coffee and I just begged them to play with me and asked them questions, and it was so embarrassing and awkward. But I kept up that work ethic, and that's why I know people think it's weird that I can play for this long, but I kind of had to in order to get through that program. Because, again, I was really behind, so I would just wake up, I go to class, I get Dunkin', because I'm a Boston girl, and I would practice for like 4 hours, and I get dinner, and then I practice for 4 hours. And I did that for 2 years, and then I re-auditioned, and I got in on violin. But then things only got harder as I got in my dream program, but I was still very much so the low cut of the program, and people knew that. Like, it was known I was not very good, but it was just good enough to get in. But I did push through, and I got my degree, and then I moved to Nashville, and I would just go to shows, and I'd sit near the front and hope someone would ask me to play, and eventually it started happening. And now I play with 4 groups here, and I teach my students, and it's just been amazing. So it wasn't the straightest journey, but the fact that I'm doing this now, especially with like my favorite songs ever, like Song of Storms and Once Upon a December, it's like, it seems so unreal because I didn't even think I was gonna get my degree. And I was known as like the worst violinist in that program. So this means a lot to me. Thank you guys. This is all I ever wanted. So I'm really, really, really excited. Oh, the ear's doing fine. I did a YouTube interview with my band last week and with our producer, and the producer said he used to be a body piercer, so he gave me a piercing. Live on camera, and it was very exciting. But it actually feels great today. Thanks, Happy Slappy. That means a lot to me. I mean, I feel like it's important for me to bring that up because, especially being a teacher, a lot of people will ask me, or tell me rather, like, I've always wanted to play music, but, you know, it's too late. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like, I'll give you a free lesson. Come over. Like, we're going to figure this out. Because my journey was not straight, like I say, but I really do believe if you want something hard enough, and if you're the right balance of stubborn and hardworking, then I think it will work out. So that's my little anecdote on that. Let's wind things up here. I already did St. James Infirmary, but I could maybe do like Chim Chimmery or something. So, I gotta think about what I'd like to end on, what I want that final note to be. For Storm, I could go off on that for a bit. Honestly, if anyone has any music questions, and I mean this, you can always just send me a whisper or message in Discord, and I will answer your questions. I answer a lot of questions. A lot of people in this chat are other musicians, and I've been talking to a bunch of you guys. You're Not Alone from Final Fantasy IX. I do know that piece. Selfishly, I'm gonna do one of my favorites, which is a piece from Dragon Quest. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. The Symphonic Suite Endless World from Dragon Quest II. Let's do this. You still working piano? We already have strings. We don't need piano strings. Let's see. G major. Let's do it. I gotta turn you up. Oh, I know what I'm gonna end on. I'll do this. 2 other songs, Paranoid Android, that's it. I want to end on Paranoid Android. I love doing that one. It's fun. I want to show you guys my Radiohead song. It's freaking fun. It's awesome. 2, 3, and... Yes, TMG. I'm wrapping it up now. I don't want to get in trouble. But thank you guys so much. I know I pushed it really late today, but I couldn't help myself. I'm gonna wrap it up with one of my absolute favorite arrangements that I've done. It's pretty big, but I think it will be worth it. We're gonna do my Radiohead arrangement of Paranoid Android. But thank you again for everyone who stuck around from the raid and gave me a chance. But I really, really appreciate you guys so much more than I could properly put into words. Let's see. Let's get that last line. This harmony, so pretty. Here it is. So nice. I love that song, man. It's so pretty. Again, thank you so much. We gotta think about who we would like to be rating. Man, there's so many people. I see we got Susan. We also got Spirit Live Loop Artists, who I would love to get. Claire Means, who I never get a chance to get, and I think she's really talented. So let me know what you guys think. But before then, let's jump into this. And of course, suggestions are always welcome. Like I said, this one is a bit big. I guess it's kind of a dark song, but I hope you guys like it. We'll see. All right. One last fun drinkaroo. Okay. Please could you stop the noise? I'm trying to get some of all the unborn chicken voices in my head. When I am king, you will be first against the wall of your opinion, which is of no consequence. Ambition makes you look pretty ugly. Kicking, screaming, Gucci little piggy. You don't remember. Why don't you remember my name? Off with this head man, off with this head man. Why don't you remember my name? Well, I guess he rain down, come on, rain down on me from a great height, from a great height. Rain down, come on, rain down on me from a great height, from a great height. That's it, sir, you're leaving the crack of pigskin, the cussing, the screaming, the yuppie's not working, the panic, the vomit, the panic, the vomit. God loves his children, God loves his children. Sorry, neighbors. Oh man, I knew that yell was the way I wanted to finish tonight. It just sat right in my heart. Thank you, everybody. I know I probably look like a crazy person doing it this long, but I couldn't help myself. Thank you so much, everyone. We gotta be passing on the baton here for our raid. Let me know what y'all think. I think I'm leaning towards Mr. Spirit Live Loop Artist. Oh my gosh, Joju, you were way too kind. Okay. Man, I did think about Colt too, but I really love Spirit Live. He's been a really wonderful supporter, and he's really talented. So let's do him. Thank you guys again. I am just so happy. And I'm already turning my wheels about what new song I'm going to bring next. I usually have a new strong, good job, Joe. A new song almost every single stream. So I'm going to make sure I got something new. I actually think I already know what I'm going to do. It'll be good, I think. But in the meanwhile, again, just thank you guys so much. You're all wonderful. Please make sure to say something nice to yourself before we go to bed. Thank you again for anyone who came from John's raid. Thank you to John. And thank you for these bits, you guys. Thank you so much. For Whose Fist Is This? Thank you. And Shindig. Otherwise, I'll see you guys on Tuesday. That's gonna be my next stream, 3 Central Time.